All right, good evening, and we'll call the City Council meeting of number 4 to order. First item on the agenda is a Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 2 of the agenda is our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Before we proceed to roll call, I want to remind the public that today is Election Day, and we want to encourage everyone who's able to vote to get your ballots submitted before 8 p.m. this evening. With that being said, we will proceed to item 3 of the agenda, roll call and City Clerk support. City Clerk Bell Spears, good evening, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Noting for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Tave has not yet arrived. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Toms is participating remotely this evening under provisions of the Brown Act. City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, October 30th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to Council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Item number 4 is closed sessions. Tonight we have 5 closed session items. Item 4A is a conference with real property negotiators. Property is 651 Pinole Shores Road. Item 4B is conference with real property negotiators for 2100 St. Pablo Avenue. Item 4C is conference with real property negotiators for 2101 Paris Street. Item 4D is another real property negotiation for 2301 San Pablo Avenue. Item 4E is a public employee performance evaluation, title City Manager. And we'll note that closed session item 4E will be taken out of order. The council will convene to closed session at the conclusion of the public portion of the agenda following item number 13. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you. Yes, for closed session, we have a comment for A, B, C, D, and E by Irma Ruport. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, is that correct? Okay, that's correct. Yes. And Mayor, just to let you know, we have 2 comments as online as well.
Thank you.
I don't have anything written. I came in last night out from out of town, so I apologize if I'm all over the place. On 4A, with the real property negotiators, I saw that you have a Verizon as a representative. Just to let you know, for those who weren't on the council before, Verizon was a big headache, a contract that we had in the past. A group of us found out that the contract for Verizon was signed and delivered without the consent of the public and knowing the public. So there's some issues. So in my opinion, the city manager and the employees should refer back to some of these contracts that were done in the past and not to repeat them. What Verizon did was lighten up on some of these things that, in other words, we got awoken as to some of these contracts that were signed. That contract, the Verizon cell tower was supposed to be built at the park, just briefly, to tell you what's went on, and I won't tell you, I won't take too long. And what happened is, at the cell tower, the park was not a place to put a cell tower. There were restrictions. The city manager didn't know. Nobody knew. So they signed the contract without knowing that happened. With the state coming in on board, and I'll make it short, the state came in and said, you can't put a cell tower there. The contract is null and void unless you do something about it or get sued. What happened is, come to find out that the state even gave us information that Station 74 was built in the wrong place. It's in the park. So the end result happened, Mayor, a lot of attorney fees and back and forth with negotiation. the city decided to swap park land into make sure that the Verizon was not built. And what happened is Verizon went somewhere else near in the city. So basically, Mayor, that contract was very costly for the citizens. And I suggest that some of you who weren't here look back and read it and make sure we don't get caught again with some of those issues. And if you're going to do this Verizon satellite again, make sure that the community and your neighborhood is aware of it, because they want to be a part of it and not excluded from some of these decisions. Next on B, the property on 2100 San Pablo, the Faria House, was voted on about 3 years ago to be sold. Finally, there's negotiations going on. My concern with this, Mayor, is there were decisions made in the past with Attorney Mogg. Some of these decisions of how the property should be sold and can be sold. So you need to read back and do some of your homework and come back and bring some of this stuff back. And in my opinion, make sure that the Faria House is sold without any attachment to the taxpayer. It's got to go. It's got to sell. It's about time. I've requested records and accounting records. We don't have them. I've lived here 50 years, Mayor and Council, and I'm tired of this property not being sold and on the taxpayer's dime. And next thing on C, I have no questions. I couldn't find anything of information. On D, I find that Raquel Conter, is that misspelled last name? Is that a misspelled? Is that negotiating parties? Raquel Conter, Sonny and Camel Brandhawa negotiating partners. Can you check to see if that's the last name misspelled? If not, let me know who that person is, because I couldn't find it. On E, the next thing I want to share with you, Mayor and Council, public employee personnel performance evaluation. As you know, I've been many times over here with the performance evaluation of the city manager. It's only been here a year and a half. It's horrendous, unsatisfactory. I've asked for requests, not complete. I'm still looking at them. The budget, every city has come out looking for their budget, cuts, and everything else. Our city is standing still. I don't know how we're standing or where we stand, but yet we have an opportunity to put a workshop for taxes for the future 2 or 3 years from now. Really, guys? We're working on today. Some of these contracts are gone, Zippo. Some of these cities are really cutting back on personnel. I've got a lot of readings from different cities, and I can bring them, send them to you all. I just haven't had the time. That says that some of these cities are really cutting back on their budget. Yet we're still standing here thinking about what we're going to do 2 or 3 years from now. The city manager doesn't get it. In my opinion, just to give you a heads up, she was interviewed by a city in the state of Arizona. She's on YouTube. So this is public information. She's looking for a job somewhere else. So let me just say this. If we're going to be nice and cold, left behind, let me tell you, you council members are voted by the public. We, the people, we deserve better than this. And let me just say, any city employee and the city manager, anybody under the taxpayer's dime, we deserve better and we expect more from everybody, because I don't deserve, as a taxpayer, to be told, we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough that. Really, guys? Really? Get serious. Things are hard out there. People are not getting their benefits, losing their jobs, and get it. We want this information here now, not tomorrow, not 2 years from now, because we know who's running the show right now, and it better be you guys. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next comment, please.
Sheila Grist.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to fishtail a little bit on Irma's comment about the cell tower. If anybody wants history on the cell tower, I got it. The park one. And I know where it's at now. Not in the park, but it's in the valley. Anyway, I just want to make a comment on item 4, A, B, C, D, E, whatever it goes. I know that we're really not supposed to make comments on anything on the agenda, but on this whole thing, I would like, well, I think it should be an open, transparent, public, and being more communicative with the community, is when the closed session is over, whether you go forward on these things, whether you table these things, or whether you sell property, anything should be reported in an open session, nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have 2 online. We'll start with Ann Moriarty.
Good evening.
Hi, good afternoon, council staff and citizens. This is Ann Moriarty, citizen of Pinole and on the board of Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. I saw that City Manager Kelsey Young's performance review is on the agenda, and I wanted to chime in because I believe this city manager has been doing a fantastic job. She committed early to this community, and I have said before, from the perspective of Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, that her commitment has resulted in specific actions, the pursuit of grants, thoughtful approaches to support, and a visible desire to work for the good of Pinole. City Manager Young really stands out as being accessible and responsive to residents. I have watched her engage and I have been impressed. Pinole is lucky to have her. Thank you.
Next comment.
Jonathan Jarvis.
Hi, this is Paula Jarvis. I'm going to go first, and then Jonathan will come in behind me. I realize we together only have 3 minutes. I am also a citizen of Pinole, and I would like to comment on the City Council's Agenda Item E, Public Employees Performance Evaluation of our City Manager, Kelsey Young. As a board member and an active volunteer with the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, I have had frequent contact with City Manager Kelsey Young and her excellent staff. She's been highly supportive of our efforts to raise public awareness of the creek, and she has participated in the monthly trash cleanups, even setting challenges to stimulate participation and increase the fun factor. City Manager Young has demonstrated her commitment to this city time and again by her professional engagement with the community, its volunteers, and its businesses. I've witnessed a significant improvement in many city services under her leadership. I would rank her performance in the job as excellent.
My name is John Jarvis. I also live in Pinole and am a volunteer with the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. And I'm commenting on City Council's Agenda Item E, the Public Employees Performance Evaluation. I'm deeply concerned that we are experiencing a repeat of the same political environment that resulted in the exodus of the last Pinole City Manager, Andrew Murray. Andrew Murray was a strong leader, highly competent, but left under circumstances that were not transparent. It appears we are again in non-transparent situation with the City Council and our current highly competent City Manager, Kelsey Young. A revolving door of city managers, like what is happening in Clayton, will not serve the Pinole community, nor will it attract highly skilled leaders into critical city positions. We would appreciate much more transparency in the interactions between the City Council and the city's professional staff. Thank you.
Any other public comments, City Clerk?
Yes, there is one more online. Telephone number is 510-724-6422. Can you please state your name for the record? Hello, are you there? Mayor, looks like we're having some technical difficulties.
Okay, and just want to double check, do we have any other public comments at this moment?
There are no more public comments.
Thank you, everybody, for public comments. We will now go into closed session and reconvene into open session at approximately 6:30 p.m. Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. We're about to get started here. The time is now 7:03 p.m., and we will reconvene into open session. For reportable action, the City Council provided direction on item 4B to execute the non-binding letter of intent with Art Pakpur. With that being said, we will actually take items out of order tonight. I know we have recipients for proclamations here with us right now, so we'll actually go ahead and move forward with item 8, proclamations and presentations. And tonight we have 4 proclamations this evening, and we'll start with United Against Hate Week for this one. All right. United Against Hate Week, October 19 to 25, 2025. Whereas the United States Constitution was designed to confer equality in all individuals, regardless of race, national origin, religion, or political beliefs. And whereas nationwide politics, policies, and rhetoric have created a toxic environment that encourages racist, xenophobic, sexist, and homophobic expression by hate groups and individuals. And
whereas there has been an alarming increase in hate crimes and decisive speech targeting specific ethnic or religious groups throughout the United States in recent years. And whereas in 2017, Bay Area cities printed United Against Hate posters to be displayed by residents and businesses in response to hate group protests in Berkeley and San Francisco. And
whereas United Against Hate Week was created in 2018 as a direct response to the rise in hate crimes and the increase in bias that pose a dangerous threat to the safety and civility of our communities. And
whereas the city of Pinole joins in what has become a national movement as United Against Hate Week has expanded into neighborhoods and cities across the country to raise awareness about the dangers of hate and to promote cooperation amongst diverse populations. And
whereas the city of Pinole finds that it is vital that all citizens know and understand the importance of creating inclusion and equity through the education, communication, and combat mistrust, fear, and insecurity. And whereas this week of action serves as a reminder of the need of compassion, civility, and respect for all our interactions and the need to continue to build healthy and resilient communities through diversity.
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasaya, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, call upon all citizens and businesses in the City of Pinole to observe the week of October 19th through 2025, as United Against Hate Week and declare Pinole stands united against hate. Happy Night Against Hate Week. And we have a special guest in the audience here today. She is from the United Against Hate Contra Costa chapter. It's Chrissy Lamb-Julian, who also served as a planning commissioner for the City of Pinole. So we want to take a quick picture with you, and if you could share a few remarks about your work with that organization.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Sasai, council members, staff, and members of the community. The Lamb Julian Foundation, formerly known as Shannon Village, has been facilitating community engagement initiatives since 2021. Our inaugural United Against Hate series at Shannon Elementary focused on promoting inclusivity under the theme Kind Words and Kind Actions, featuring activities such as Love the Skin You're In, Reach for the Stars, and a chalk art peace walk engaging over 300 students and staff. We sponsored the inaugural West Contra Costa Unified School District Lunar New Year celebration, which featured a special performance by Lung's White Crane Dragon and Lion Dance Association, who represents the United States at the International World Championships. Additionally, at Shannon, we supported the Mafanikio program, an after-school tutoring and enrichment initiative for African American students. The program became the district's most attended, with over 100 participants and a waiting list. Our support included providing supplies and additional snacks to help ensure the program's continued success. In collaboration with the Special Olympics of Northern California, we distributed goodie bags to over 400 attendees at their annual basketball tournament. Additionally, we partnered with Ace Hardware to honor and recognize educators through our Thank You for Planting Seeds of Knowledge initiative. We also coordinated with SEIU to facilitate a school supply restock and holiday donation drive benefiting 30 families in need at West County Management School. As a primary Contra Costa County partner within a network of over 180 organizations participating in the California Stop the Hate initiative, we organized the county's inaugural multicultural, multiracial event, attracting over 300 community members. During the event, we facilitated 5 targeted listening sessions, conducted a comprehensive needs assessment, and identified key service gaps. This year, for United Against Hate Week, we partnered with Indivisible, Northeast Bay, Pinole Valley High School, and Contra Costa Community College to conduct Stand Up to Hate Pledge Drive. Additionally, we collaborated with the Pinole Grove Residents Association to host a poster-making event and worked with the Pinole Library to organize We All Belong Storytime, ensuring we are actively engaging communities across all age groups. When cities and their residents work together against hate, we can restore respect and civil discourse, embrace the strength of diversity, and build inclusive and equitable communities for all. Nothing is too small, because working united in each community is what will defeat hate in all communities. We look forward to fostering a stronger partnership with the city. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your service to the community and also bringing more awareness to these issues. One thing I want to note about this proclamation and sort of what it's about, the 2024 hate crime report from the State Attorney General's office. A few things to note here is that hate crime events increased by 2.7% between 2023 and 2024. Anti-Black bias events are the most prevalent, remain so, with 494 reported this year. And anti-Jewish bias events rose 7.3% from last year. So this council has taken action on that. We have partnered with California vs. Hate initiative, which is from the California Civil Rights Department. We have those materials in all of our public facilities. And as your delegate to WestCat, we provide those in every single fleet vehicle we have as well. So with that being said, we'll actually have public comment on this item we want to take for City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menez and Stephanie Robillard.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I'd like to start my comments by thanking Christine Lamb-Julian for the exceptional amount of work both she and her foundation did in putting together the various events for United Against Hate Week and just coordinating it all over the years. I think that given the current challenges that we're facing, both in our community in Pinole, directly across the state, across the country, and indeed across the world, that we should all try to commit to be united against hate throughout the entire year, not just for this week. Because a lot of the time, people, maybe even people in relatively privileged groups, think, oh, United Against Hate is about people other than me. I can ignore it or maybe even be against it. But the thing about hate is, it doesn't stop at just one group. It grows, it expands. As it succeeds, it finds new targets. So, we can either unite against hate now, when it's easier, or we can unite against hate later, when there's fewer of us, and it'll be much more difficult. I know which I would prefer to do, and I would encourage everyone to join me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
I'm going to read because I get nervous. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. I just want to express my hope and expectation that this is truly a meaningful step forward in inclusion rather than a performative gesture. Symbolic actions like awareness weeks can serve as an important purpose. They can start conversations, they can bring visibility to issues of discrimination and signal that a community values and respects equity. But symbolism alone is not enough. If this initiative begins and ends with statements, then it risks becoming performative. United Against Hate Week can be more than a symbol if it serves as a catalyst for ongoing action. That means coupling it with measurable commitments, funding for anti-bias education, transparent reporting on hate incidents, training for staff and law enforcement, and partnerships with local organizations already doing this work year-round. The power of such a week lies not in the proclamation itself, but in the sustained change it inspires. I urge the council to ensure that it is not performative. It's an alarming climate that we're living in right now. The rise of Nazism, or maybe it's not the rise, but the more blatant engagement with Nazism, and then the dramatic increase in surveillance and detention, which is in direct opposition to creating a more inclusive and equity-oriented community that combats mistrust, fear, and insecurity. So I'm hoping that this is the beginning of a deeper and more continuous effort, one that makes our community safer, more just, less fearful, and genuinely united against hate. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other comments for this item?
Yes, we do have one online. Darylyn Sue.
Hi, everyone. I can also get off, be on camera if that's okay with you all. My name is Delling Shu, and I wanted to thank Christy Lamb-Julian for the work she's done to make United Against Hate an active and actual action, but it's just the start. And as previous people have spoken, I think it's important for us to recognize that our hate in this country is not just from the top, it's from the bottom up, and it's from all of our lack of action. I've been getting emails as an organizer from someone who is a former FBI agent telling me that the NorCal active group is active, and it is a white supremacist group, and they have been militarizing themselves. So I urge this council and everyone listening to know that hate is active, and it takes dedication to actively fight it. And I also wanted to ask the council what their plans are going forward to make sure that the city of Pinole has a sense of safety and belonging for all who are here, not just in proclamation, but in action. So I hope that this United Against Hate Week is just a renewal, but also I'd like to see active commitment and accountability throughout the year from elected officials as well as anybody who is actively representing the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that will conclude that proclamation for us. We'll move on to the second one. We have National Native American Heritage Month, November 2025. Whereas in 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into law a joint resolution designating the month of November as the first National American Indian Heritage Month, also known as Native American Indian Month. And
whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate the rich tapestry of indigenous people and honor their sacrifices. which we recognize as inextricably woven into the history of this country. And whereas Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States. And
whereas indigenous peoples' history in the United States is defined by strength, survival, and a deep commitment to and pride in their heritage, right to self-governance and ways of life, and whereas today, Native communities are leading the way forward and continuing to strengthen the fabric of the United States. And
whereas our country is blessed by the character and strength exemplified by the Native Americans who have answered the call for service in our armed forces in greater numbers per capita than any other group in the United States. We honor our Native American veterans and those who are service in active duty for their bravery and sacrifice. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to engaging in dialogues led by tribal communities around the opportunities and work in which they are currently engaged in the areas of self-determination, sovereignty, and cultural preservation in order to create an active government collaboration. And whereas during the month of November, we honor our Native peoples in their ancestral homes, and recognize their continued contributions in strengthening the diversity of strengthening the diversity of our society.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the Pinole City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as National Native American Heritage Month and encourage all citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Also, I urge all to celebrate November 28, 2025 as Native American Heritage Day. Happy National Native American Heritage Month, everybody. We have a proclamation here. Unfortunately, the Native American Student Union from Pinole Valley High School is not with us here today to receive a proclamation, but I will be visiting them on campus sometime soon to present this to the student leaders. With that being said, we're going to move on to our third proclamation for this evening, and that is World Town Planning Day, November 8, 2025. Whereas change and growth is constant and it affects all communities, states, regions, cities, and towns, including the City of Pinole. And whereas community planning and plans can help manage and direct this change and growth in a way that provides better choices for how people work, live, and play in Pinole. And
whereas the community planning process provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of Pinole. And whereas the full benefit of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And
whereas the International Organization for World Town Planning Day was founded in 1949 by the late Professor Carlos Maria de la Pauloera of the University of Buenos Aires to advance public and professional interest in planning both locally and abroad, and to create a special day to recognize and promote the role of planning in creating livable communities. And
whereas celebration of World Town Planning Day is growing worldwide and is promoted each year in the United States by the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners. And whereas we recognize the contributions that sound and advanced planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our natural environment and built communities. And whereas this year's theme is With Planning We Can, celebrates how planning empowers communities and creates pathways to prosperity. And
whereas the celebration of World Town Planning Day gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of members of the Pinole Planning Commission, our city planning staff, planning professionals, and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the City of Pinole. And whereas it is our hope that yearly celebration and recognition of World Planning Day will foster increased participation in our local government and planning processes.
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 8, 2025 as World Town Planning Day in the City of Pinole. And I want to welcome in the Vice Chair of our Planning Commission, Rafael Menes, who is an incredibly engaged citizen who shows up to all of our council meetings, and we really appreciate it to accept the proclamation and share a few remarks.
Thank you to Mayor Sasai and the council for drafting and presenting me with this proclamation. I'm honored to accept it on behalf of the Pinole Planning Commission, who collectively have done far more work towards improving and organizing and planning the future of our community than any one of us can do alone. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the even greater efforts of the staffers assigned to assist the Planning Commission with staff packets, updates, findings, and working through all the tiny little details that we managed to find in our meetings and integrating them into a greater and more finished whole. So I'd like to particularly thank David Hanham and Justin Shu for their work over the years with the Planning Commission, working to provide the bedrock that we build upon with our comments and suggestions. I think it's also important at this particular point in time where at times even the concept of planning is regarded as unnecessary, perhaps, that we just move fast and break things and things will ultimately turn out for the best. I think that planning shows that there can be a better way, that working together, we can engage the community, we can collaborate, and we can find out what the highest and best uses for our entire community are for any given project, for combinations of projects, for entire regions of our city, and for the city as a whole. So, when people are thinking about the value of planning at World Town Planning Day, I'd also ask you to consider what it would be like if we did not have planning or zoning or any of those things. What would the world be like then? I think that's worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you for donating your time to our community and serving. I also want to acknowledge all my colleagues. I know all of them have served on the Planning Commission previously before serving on the council, and I know Councilor Toms has worked as a planner for the county for many years professionally. So thank you all for your service. With that being said, I want to move on to our last, but not least, our last proclamation here, Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, November 2025. Whereas the Sikh tradition, known as the Punjabi language as Sikhi, is a relatively young tradition that was founded over 500 years ago in the Punjab region of South Asia. And whereas Sikhs have been living in the United States for more than 100 years, and during the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms, in lumber mills and mines, and on the Oregon, Pacific, and Eastern Railroad. And
whereas there are more than 25 million Sikhs around the world, which make Sikhism the world's fifth largest religion. Sikh first came to the United States in the late 1800s, and there are an estimated 500,000 Sikhs living in America today. And
whereas Sikhi teaches a message based on the principles of love and oneness and calls on all followers to be spiritual warriors. Meditation, service, and justice are core aspects of the Sikh way of life. Sikhi is a distinct religious tradition that maintains its own distinctive features, including founders, scripture, worship, ceremonies, and traditions. And
whereas Sikh Americans pursue diverse professions and walks of life, making rich contributions to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy of the United States, including service as members of the United States Armed Forces, and have made significant contributions to our great nation in agriculture, trucking, medicine, and technology, and have distinguished themselves by fostering great respect amongst all people through faith and service. And
whereas today, the City of Pinole seeks to further the diversity of its community and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history, shared experiences of Sikh Americans.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the Pinole City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, and encourage all citizens to contemplate and reflect to inspire ourselves individually and our society collectively to work towards a brighter future. Happy Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, everybody. And before I welcome up our recipients, I want to acknowledge in the audience we have Honorable Harpreet Sandhu, who you all know as Congressman Gary Mendy's senior representative, but now is the new appointee to the AC Transit Board of Directors. And I want to congratulate you on that. He has also made history as the first Asian and first Sikh city councilman in Richmond. And was also a big part and a major role in forming the American Sikh Congressional Caucus, as well as being elected to represent Congressional District 7 as a Brock Baum delegate in 2008. So with that being said, I also want to introduce our recipient, honored recipient for this evening, and that person is Kulwinder S. Panu, President and Priest of the Sikh Center Temple, and I know we have some community members and leaders as well to join us. So if you don't mind, we'll take a picture with you all. We'd love to hear from you.
Mayor Sasai and City Council, thank you for your recognition. On behalf of the Sikh community, and I'm also joined with the President of the Sikh Temple, Kulwinder Singh Pannu, also our Secretary, Charanjit Singh Samra, and our Head Priest, Gurpreet Singh, from our place of worship in El Cervante, the Sikh Center. Your heartfelt gratitude for recognizing November the Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month, and your acknowledgement affirms the values of inclusion, understanding, and respect for all the communities to make us a better place to stay. This month also holds a deep meaning for Sikh across the world. While we celebrate Sikh community rich history and contribution, we are also remembered of the painful tragedy of 1984, when thousands of innocent Sikh men, women, and children were brutally massacred in Delhi and across other cities in India. Those horrific days remain etched in our collective memory as a reminder for the need of justice, truth, and protection of human rights everywhere. And thank you, Christine, on your organization bringing awareness as United Against Hate Crime, Hate Week. Sikhs, as Mayor Sasai, you mentioned about the U.S. Justice Department, Sikhs are number 3 in the hate crime victims in the United States in that statistic record. So it's sad that it continues. And thank you, Christine, for bringing that light to hate crime. Tomorrow, we also celebrate the birth of Guru Nanak, the founder of the Sikh religion, whose teachings emphasize the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of gender, caste, or background. He taught that men and women are equal, that all of humanity shares a common divine essence, and that service, compassion, and justice are the highest calling. His philosophy of inclusion, love, and respect for all people continue to guide Sikhs in our community and our daily lives. At the same time, as you had mentioned, the contribution of Sikh Americans in this country, from early farmers who settled in California's Central Valley more than a century ago, today's teachers, doctors, engineers, all the gamut of all across our businesses and so forth, and of course in the armed services, helping to build and enrich our community and our nation, guided by the core principles of our faith, seva, selfish service, equality, and justice for all, and the American Sikhs continue to strengthen the social and moral fabric of this great country. So we are grateful for the city of Pinole for standing up for the Sikh community. In remembrance, celebrating, and recognition, your gestures not only honor Sikhs' heritage, but reinforces our shared American commitment to diversity, compassion, and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to check with City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item or previous proclamations?
Mr. Sandhu did submit a card. Did you want to make additional comments? You're good. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you so much all for joining us and for serving our community. We really appreciate you representing and joining us and taking the time to be with us tonight. And looking forward to discussions about how we can be great partners in the region. With that being said, I'm going to take this out of order. I'm going to go back to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. And so this public comment here, and City Clerk, do we have any speakers? And again, these are for items not on the agenda.
Yes, thank you. We have several. First one is Amy Eubanks, followed by Barry Duggan and Sheila Grist.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Amy Eubanks. I'm the Pinole Police Employees Association president, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of one of our members who was unable to attend. In my 12 years as a police officer with the City of Pinole, I have been affected and or part of multiple city contracts. I have heard past and present council members praise the Pinole police officers and Pinole dispatchers, holding us in a high regard. At one point, a former council member said, "Our officers are worth more than their weight in gold." This was years before gold was worth $4,000 an ounce. But the common denominator is council members are well versed in saying flashy things and are even better at saying what the masses want to hear to get elected. Once elected, you don't deliver on things promised and just change the narrative to line your own pockets. I took this job willingly and I still love every minute of it. In the world my coworkers, dispatchers, and officers live in, we listen to the worst of the worst and answer the calls to bear witness to the horrors of humanity can inflict on each other. We do it so that others don't have to. I have spilled my blood, sweat, and tears on Pinole City streets. I have been hurt in fights with violent subjects. I have been hospitalized after chemical exposures. I have been hit by a drunk driver. I was walking and was hit by the truck while conducting a traffic stop, and I have been shot at. My coworkers and I have witnessed things your nightmares would consider nightmares. I leave my house every day, kissing my wife and hugging my kids, knowing in the back of my mind, today could be the last time I ever see them. Council members, you will never understand the toll this takes on our first responders and their families. A culture has developed in Pinole, which is do more with less. The reality is it's not safe to have 3 officers on duty for a 12-hour period. This kills morale and does nothing to help with retention. Pinole PD has been viewed as a stepping stone agency, and we will continue to be one if there is no incentive for officers to stay. To attract and retain quality officers and dispatchers, the City Council needs to step up. I speak for myself, but I know my coworkers have similar experiences. I have missed out on family gatherings, birthdays, holidays, milestones, things I can say with confidence that you take for granted because you've never been forced to miss the above mentioned. Again, we do all this willingly, and all we ask for is to be valued and returned, not put on a pedestal until you're elected to your seats. As police officers, we are expected to lay down our lives if it means protecting your quality of life. I will leave you with a quote from George Orwell. People sleep peacefully in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. I can only imagine the chaos which would ensue if all the first responders left for other agencies, where they are valued for the sacrifices they make. The men and women of the Pinole Police Department, officers and dispatchers, standing in this room, or via Zoom, or through comments or emails, want one thing: to be valued, truly valued, and not just a bullet point on your campaign drive.
Thank you. Next comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Barry Duggan, and I'm a member of the Pinole Police Employees Association. I've been with the association for 13 years, and during that time, I've heard this council and the councils before you boast about how great this city is, how clean it is, the bragging that I was born and raised here. Members past and present say they know this town, but do you know this town? Do you know that your police department officers and dispatchers have been out of contract for over 4 months and counting? Did you know that when you took your break for a month while your biggest union was out of contract? Do you know that we are one of the lowest paid in the county? Do you know that since 2017, Pinole has netted 0 officers due to the new and veteran officers leaving for more reasonable pay? This city has continuously been a training ground for other cities. Citizens are met with new faces, and just when they get to know them, they leave, and more faces appear. Maybe. That's if we are able to staff those empty spots, which in the 13 years that I have been here, we have not. We can't staff these open positions because we're not competitive, not even close. So many applicants look the other way or come here, get the training, and leave. I was told by a current council member, and I'll spare your name, that this police department is at adequate staffing levels. I explained to you that this report meant that it was the budgeted staffing levels, to which we are nowhere near. I was told again, no, we are at adequate staffing levels. So if you are the people about Pinole that you say that you are, I wonder if the citizens would agree with you when I say that according to you, adequate staffing means there are only 2 officers and a supervisor on the street. Because that's where we are, and that's where we have been for the last 13 years that I've been here, give or take a month or 2. I feel that they would not agree that we are at adequate staffing because when I talk to the citizens, they tell me that they believe 5 to 7 officers are working on the street. And when I tell them that it's only 2, they're shocked, and not in a good way. We pride ourselves on the quality of work. We pride ourselves on the quality of service we give to the citizens. We always go the extra mile for our citizens, and you should ask them that. But also tell them what's going on behind closed doors, that you choose to put money elsewhere instead of where it matters. A citizen in here for a recent budget meeting said to cut the fluff, and she was met with a rebuttal from the city council saying, we can't just cut the fluff. Yes, you can. You can choose not to. You can choose not to. This union has gone long enough just going with the flow. It's time the city invest in its foundation, because without that, the rest crumbles. We have never asked for top wages. We have always asked just to be competitive, and we've always asked what we knew the city could afford. We're tired of being met with, we can't give you a raise unless we give it to everyone else the same raise, which is funny since another union gets 10% for bilingual pay when police department employees only get 3%, and you choose not to make that right. I'm sorry, but we put on the body armor. We have been shot at, we are fought against, and we are threatened, some of these on a daily basis. Invest in your foundation, please, because without it, it all crumbles.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment, please. And thank you for all your participation. Also just want to mention we're going to stick to 3 minutes per speaker, just out of fairness to all. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sheila Grist. I just came to speak at Citizens to be Heard. I didn't know all the cops were going to be here. I just want to thank our Pinole police officers. I looked at their, what I haven't done in a long time, at their reports that they do. I haven't looked at anything for like 8 years. I'm finally looking again. The reports that they put in there about, I found it really interesting, something that's probably not in the blotter. I don't even look at the blotter anymore. I don't even know where it's at. But there was one in there that really caught my attention. There was an arrest of an unregistered sex offender in Pinole. There was a website where you could see where the sex offenders live and their whole address and their name and everything. But when they're not registered, you don't know if they're next door. You don't know if they're down the street. So I want to hand it to my cops, the Pinole police officers. When I moved here, before I moved here, I wanted to move here for the cops. I went to Pinole Valley High. I graduated in the 70s. And there was a Pinole hospital. Those are the two main things why I wanted to move here. And we lost one decades ago. So let's do what we have to do and get a full force back. I've heard years ago, we got to do more with less. That was decades ago, and it's being repeated again. This city can cut some fat, cut some fluff, and get a full force because it's going to get worse in the next 3 years, I think. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other comments?
Yes, thank you. Debbie Long, Peter Murray, and Kirk Wong.
Good evening, Council. I doubt if I can say it better than what has preceded me. But it just came to my attention that our police officers are working without a contract for almost 5 months. During that time, you have approved the 25-26 budget without considering the new contract, despite the overall budget that there was an expenditure increase of 16% that included additional employees for the Recreation Department that lost over $1 million, as well as a Building and Planning Department that lost $750,000. As far as the public is aware, you have not looked into these departments to see why they are losing money, when both at the very least should be revenue neutral. Additionally, you have increased the council's travel fund by over 100% to $7,200 each, and the council's pay by over 40%. There is more, but 3 minutes doesn't allow me the opportunity to expand on this. Pinole continues to be unable to retain its officers and at the same time has difficulty in recruiting new officers to the city. This leads to excessive overtime, which is not optimal for the city nor the police officers themselves. It also means for those officers that continue to leave our city, not only does it cost a void in public safety, it adds to our unfunded liability without the benefits of retaining qualified and experienced officers. And let us not forget, with the time change and holidays upon us, there are more opportunities for the criminals. We know from past experience that puts additional strain upon an already overworked police department. You have continued to negotiate and come to agreements with the other unions within the city, but have dragged your feet on the police contract, which leads me to believe that you don't value our officers. I understand the ins and outs of contracting, as I think you know, but unless you address it diligently at every council meeting, it gives the appearance that this council, led by Mayor Sassai, is not prioritizing negotiating the police department's contract. During election time, all of you campaign on public safety. Let this community know that you are not all talk. And before you continue down the path of more taxation, ratify the police contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Peter Murray. I want to echo what Ms. Long just mentioned and add a little to that. I was on the council for 28 years, and we never had any issue with negotiations with the police department. The police department was always in a working and workable mentality when it came to doing what's right for Pinole, and they never walked off the job. And it's kind of sad for me to hear that they've been going without a contract, and from the tenor of the discussion, it would seem to me that there's a little frustration there, and there shouldn't be. If you go around the community, you find out who the community values, and they value public service, and then public safety foremost, and that's the police department. They're there when you need them, and when you need them, you need them, and that's the point to make. And over the years, as been noted, our officers have been shot. Our officers have stepped up in the time of confrontations and done the job. And you need to honor that and get to business and get this thing settled. And we don't need to be losing officers, and I know that that's always been an issue in this community, is that we grow them and then they move on, but you can't blame them, you know. And you have to make life better for them, and for them, it's really kind of simple. It's staff us appropriately so that when we're walking out there, we know somebody else has got our back when we're dealing with these people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comment. City Clerk, any other comments, both in person and online?
Yes, Kirk Wong and Rafael Menez in person.
Hi, my name's Kirk Wong. This is kind of old business, and I'm just calling it to the City Council's attention in regards to discrimination, okay? In regards to an address 2401, which happens to be a Pinole Redevelopment Agency development back in 2002. That being said, I just want to go on record and read a disposition and development agreement which was signed in May of 2001 between the Pinole Redevelopment Agency and Downtown Pinole Partners, who was run by Tom Gozano, actually ex-mayor and councilman of Pinole. So I'm just going to read real quickly the use of site which was established by the Pinole Redevelopment Agency. And it states, obligation to refrain from discrimination. All deeds, leases, or contracts shall contain or be subject to the non-discrimination and non-segregation clauses attached hereto as the agreement containing covenants affecting real property. The foregoing covenants shall run with the land and shall remain in effect in perpetuity. So currently I'm working with the City Hall in regards to a conflict with a property manager who, in essence, has questionable activities and possibly not adhering to the use of the site as established by the city of Pinole. And that's why I just wanted to make it public in regards to my discussions with City Hall in regards to violations of the use of the site at 2401 San Pablo Avenue, for which the City of Pinole Development had established in the past. So I just wanted to ask City Hall in regards to, do they take discrimination seriously when reported to them? Any comments or?
You have a few more seconds under public comment. If you want to wrap up, we can have staff respond after, but you still have time left over.
What's that?
You still have time left over in your public comment if you want to wrap it up a little bit. I mean, we're going to have staff. So we'll have staff respond. I think city manager or city attorney, do you have any comments on any of that was mentioned by the public commenter?
Thank you for the public comment. I think we have a meeting scheduled later on this week where I'll be meeting with Mr. Wong and some other members of staff. So look forward to discussing further.
You're Mr. Karcher, right? The city attorney?
Mr. Kasher, that's right.
Kasher, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have an appointment with you, or we're gonna hook up,
that's right.
And speak to these matters and all that?
Correct, Thursday.
Okay, good. Very good.
And you also have a meeting with me on Thursday. So.
Oh, on Thursday? Mm-hmm. The two of you on Thursday then.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you.
And City Clerk, you have his contact information. Happy to follow up with that as well. City Clerk, any other comments we have for citizens to be heard?
Rafael Menez.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez. I'm a resident of Pinole. And tonight, for citizens to be heard, I would like to update the public about the current rates of Pinole in the community, but since the government is still shut down, I continue to be unable to do that, unfortunately. I would encourage everyone to get vaccinated against the flu, RSV if you're in the age range for that vaccine, and COVID-19 because COVID is still out there, still infecting people, and still no fun at all to get infected by. With regards to the topics brought up by prior speakers tonight with the police contract and the timing of it and so on, I know that basically most of the other contracts were sort of negotiated as linked contracts, basically AFSCME 1, AFSCME 512, the management compensation plan, and I think the fire annuitants were all basically treated as linked plans, where basically one side agreement letter for one was basically accepted for the other ones. So I'm not sure if this is more a question for council or for the city manager or the city attorney, but was basically a similar thing planned for the police department, or did the city want to negotiate separately with the police department, or did the police department want to negotiate, or I guess I shouldn't say the police department, I should say the Pinole Police Employees, Pinole Patrolman Association, PPEA, I forget the exact details of the acronym, desire to negotiate a separate contract unlinked from the other bargaining units. And then, separately from that, there were a few different topics brought up around pay and retention. And I think it would be worth noting, even if the city was paying at market rate for officers, that market rate changes and tends to increase over time. So we might be able to keep up for a year or two, but for how long would we be able to do that? Because other cities have more resources than Pinole. They always will. And they have different obligations than Pinole. Many cities don't have, for example, full funding of the retiree healthcare benefits for people who have served over a certain time period, and so they don't have that substantial liability to offset in their budget calculations. So I do think it would be worthwhile for the city to expedite its consideration of the police contract, because I do think it's, unfortunate that the police department's been having to serve without a contract for several months. But I also think that in the process of negotiating that contract, that the city keep in mind the fiscal constraints on all of its departments and the various factors that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. And City Clerk Bell Spears, any other public comments?
Yes, I believe we have one more online. Jay Lewis.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Oops. My apologies. I think I muted you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I am Jasmine Lewis. I am a police officer at the City of Pinole, and I am a member of the PPA Association. I am here tonight just not for myself, but from our brothers and sisters in this department, officers and dispatchers who continue to show up every single day despite feeling abandoned by the city's leadership. For years, Pinole has been the lowest paid police department in all of Contra Costa County. We've begged for fair wages, for competitive contracts, for basic respect, and every time this council has failed us. You tell us, our residents, you care about public safety, you ask them to vote for tax increases, promising the money will support their police department. But let's be honest, that money hasn't gone towards us. All we've seen is a minor facelift to our building, nothing for fair pay, nothing for new equipment, nothing for additional training. Right now, we have 2 officers patrolling the entire city at any given time. 2. That's not safe for us, it's not community. Our dispatchers, who handle emergency calls for 3 different cities, are still the lowest paid in the county. They're overworked and underpaid, yet they hold this operation together. Some of our officers are actively applying to other departments just to earn what they deserve, and most importantly, so they can afford their bills. Most of us can't even afford to live within 10 miles of the city that we risk our lives to protect, let alone live in Pinole. And yet this council somehow finds money for travel budgets and catered meals before every city council meeting, but not for the people who run toward danger when everyone else runs away. Your decisions have consequences. You are driving away the very people who keep this city safe. It is time to stop talking about supporting public safety and actually start doing it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. City Clerk, any other public comments?
No other comments.
Thank you. That will conclude our citizens to be heard section for tonight. And we will move on to item number 7, reports and communications. The first is the mayor's report. So just want to also just thank our city clerk staff for their work in making sure and thank everybody for coming by to leave public comments, much appreciated, for Election Day. And just want to thank the city clerk and her department for excellent work to make sure that residents of Pinole know that we have a special election this month, and I noticed 7:59 p.m. on the dot, and polls close at 8 o'clock p.m. So just want to thank every single person who either works in civic engagement and is trying to get out the vote, or just people who made it a point to be here and to submit their ballot before deadline. This has been a very busy, I think, past few weeks for a lot of folks in the government space, and I just want to acknowledge that we have a lot of different changes at the federal level. I know one of them was SNAP benefits being cut. And so there are over 100,000 residents in Contra Costa County who are in need of essential resources. Earlier today, the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution proclaiming a local emergency caused by the disruption of funding for CalFresh benefits. But they also allocated $21 million to purchase debit cards for affected CalFresh eligible residents to have food assistance. So just want to thank the entire Board of Supervisors for their unanimous support for that item. I know the Employment and Human Services Department in the county will be responsible for distributing these resources to community members, including here in Pinole. And so just want to thank them for their outreach efforts in these coming months here. And also want to thank at the state level, Senator Arreguín and his staff during a time about 2 weeks ago. It was actually we learned of this at our council meeting previous to this, that there was a plan to have the National Guard be deployed to the San Francisco Bay Area. So I just want to thank their staff for providing guidance to local leaders in this district in the face of those different threats. And want to reaffirm that we have inclusive values here in Pinole, and we have adopted a resolution to make sure that Know Your Rights materials, legal aid materials, are at every single public facility, and want to thank public safety and also our city staff for making sure those are fully stocked at every public facility. We have a really, really great community event that's happening on Tuesday, November 11th. It is City Pinole's annual Veterans Day celebration with a flag retirement ceremony as well. And so that's going to be on Tuesday, November 11th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Fernandez Park. Please join us there. I know we, unfortunately, are not continuing our July 4th celebration, but I want to thank the council for their support in making sure that this is an annual thing that we celebrate as a community, and ensuring that we connect with our veterans. I know staff has been reaching out to the veteran community here in Pinole, as well as the folks who lived in a new veterans affordable housing development in San Pablo Avenue. A lot of, I think, whom we met, the council met during the ribbon cutting ceremony there, and so glad that they can be a part of this and that we can acknowledge our veterans. I know many of us on staff and council have veterans in our family, and so I'm really looking forward to the celebration and joining you all there. With that being said, we will move on to item 7B, mayoral and council appointments, and we'll take up the appointment to the Contra Costa County Advisory Council on Aging, ACOA, and I'll pass it to City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Very brief report for you and council this evening. So by way of background, the Contra Costa County ACOA, which is the Advisory Council on Aging, is a dedicated group of county residents committed to improving the quality of life for older adults throughout Contra Costa County. They provide leadership, advocacy, and a vital channel of communication on aging issues. The ACOA holds 19 seats for local city representatives, and the City of Pinole seat is currently vacant. We did receive a communication from the council themselves, and they provided the application that is attached in the packet for Z. Handouche. And so the recommendation this evening is that the City Council appoint Z. Handouche to the ACOA for a term commencing immediately and ending on September 30th, 2027 by minute order.
Thank you, City Clerk. Questions of the council on this appointment?
Can we hear from Mr. Hadoop? He's here in the audience. Can we hear?
Yeah, absolutely. I have one question to City Clerk. So for this particular appointment that we're making here tonight, it was a recommendation from any subcommittee of the council, or was it just more of an application that was fielded through your office?
No, the representative from the council themselves basically provided the application and asked that we bring this item forward to the council. Yes.
Thank you. With that being said, we're going to go to public comments of this item. We'd love to hear from Z, or if there's any other public commenters for this item, City Clerk.
I think we have no public comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to say a few words? Great.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a resident of Pinole for the past 50 years. Feel blessed that I'm able to offer some service. I think I have a pretty unique perspective. I know we always say our children are our future, but I also believe that our seniors are our future, especially now. So I look forward to serving on the commission and assisting Pinole in any way I can. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring it back to council for any comments or motions.
I'm happy to move the approval of the appointment per staff recommendation to the Advisory Council on Aging.
Thanks. We have a motion by Councilman Murphy and a second from Councilor Toms. Any other comments?
Comment? Yeah, I appreciate the initiative that was taken by the applicant to fill the spot available to represent. Thank you.
Concur. Thank you. City Clerk, please call roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to our new appointee. All right, we will now move on to item 7C, City Council Committee Reports and Communications, and we will start with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
No report.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Murphy.
I do have a report. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm glad to be here. Wanted to give a brief report about some of the ongoing both needs of the communities, but also some of my outreach I've been doing. Recently, last week, I attended the Friends of Pinole Library Board meeting. I did receive updates from the board on their activities, including their most recent book sale that supports our local library, as well as their organization and growing our library services. I also did receive updates from the Pinole Library Manager. Wanted to inform the community that the library is anticipated to close temporarily. That will start in March of 2026, more than likely, and will probably be closed for the duration of the year for construction. So, of course, to accommodate those important construction updates, they will be closing the library, and I will continue to share updates to ensure residents can plan accordingly and stay informed about the alternative library services during this period. Next, I also attended our MCE Executive Committee meeting, which was yesterday. As a member of the MCE Executive Committee, I am championing the establishment of a finance committee to provide stronger oversight and transparency of MCE's $815 million budget. We are conducting also a comprehensive 360-degree review and compensation plan for our Chief Executive Officer, reinforcing our accountability and performance excellence across the organization. In fun news, last Friday, which was Halloween, a pretty festive Halloween, I was honored to join our community, including our School Board Trustee Jamila Smith-Folds, who was here earlier this evening. But last Friday, we joined together in celebrating the Pinole Valley High School senior football players, cheerleaders, and team managers. Their dedication and school spirit are a source of great pride for our city, and I'm always really excited to wish them continued success as they transition into the next chapter of their lives. And of course, last Friday was really exciting to be able to announce them. They had their own music and their family and friends, and they got to walk across the field. So really exciting to be able to announce our seniors and celebrate them. And I hope to bring them to a future council meeting before they graduate as well. Last couple of updates, I just wanted to note, last week I also attended the State of the Estuary Conference and elected officials breakfast. I did attend the conference alongside Hercules City Council member Dilly Batari, who also serves on the wastewater subcommittee with me, as well as County Supervisor John Joya. The event highlighted the ongoing challenges and collaborative efforts to protect and restore the San Francisco estuary, which of course directly impacts the Pinole Creek watershed. Our city's creek system does play a vital role in supporting local biodiversity, and so connecting Pinole to the larger and broader health of the Bay ecosystem is critically important. Definitely just continuing and will continue my personal investment and certainly our city's investment in our estuary resilience and ensure that sustainability is a pillar of that work. Alongside that is I'm really excited to and look forward to seeing the community out at the Safe and Ready Home Safety and Emergency Preparedness 3-part series. Really great to see this hosted by our agency in partnership with Contra Costa Fire Protection District. The sessions are going to be on November 6th, 13th, and the 20th. And for residents who are interested, please attend one or all of the series. The series will help you take essential steps to protecting yourselves as well as your homes before emergency occurs. And again, thank you to our staff for organizing that. That's going to be a really exciting series, and I think a lot of residents are already talking about attending, so really glad to hear it. And last but not least, thank you, Mayor, for speaking on the STAT benefit. The Contra Costa County Supervisors did approve the appropriation of $21 million for 1 month. I wanted to tailgate that also by adding how important it is for Pinole, for our residents and for our agency. For those of you who don't know, Cal Fresh benefits do strengthen food security across the region, but they also strengthen our economic security. This $21 million that will be invested by the County of Contra Costa for this month, this impacts 9 stores in Pinole, both grocery stores as well as 2 other stores, and this also will generate $302,000 in monthly economic activity. And so without these additional benefits, we would not in our city see that trickle down of $302,000. And so again, CalFresh not only helps families put food on the table, but also contributes to the vitality of our small businesses and communities' well-being. So just wanted to add that additional note as well, just because we are seeing some challenges, of course, at the national level, and it is so important that also at the state, local, and county level that we're working together to ensure prosperity and thriving communities across the board. So that is my report, and just wanted to say thank you again to our staff for just this month. We have a lot of programming, great programming happening with the Veterans Day celebration, as well as our home and safety emergency preparedness session. So looking forward to those things.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We're going to go to Councilor Toms.
Yes, good evening. On October 22nd, which was just the day after our last meeting, I attended the East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Governments meeting in El Cerrito, and we received a presentation from the California Department of Insurance. And this report was on the sustainable insurance strategies, safer from wildfires discounts, and steps that residents can take after non-renewal. This was a very thorough presentation, and I think the bottom line is that the website from state insurance has a wealth of information that residents can take a look at, especially if they are receiving non-renewals. There's some steps they can take to appeal. There's some steps they can take to get revised scores, risk scores. So the website is insurance.ca.gov, and it's worth looking into if residents are concerned about those issues. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. With that being said, we're going to move on to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Do we have any of the council? Checking Councilor Toms, any requests? Looks like that is a no. I have one request for this evening. As I stated in my mayor's report, I had very serious concerns a few weeks back around the current administration's threat of deploying the National Guard and ICE around the San Francisco Bay Area. And while the deployment was canceled, we saw how that impacted our diverse residents here in Pinole and regionally when the federal government threatened to use taxpayer dollars to instill fear in our communities. We also saw exactly what this administration is capable of and willing to do. And so because of a resolution that we passed earlier this year, we now have Know Your Rights materials and legal aid materials at all of our public facilities. But this recent incident showed us that we need to be even more responsive in a moment like this. So with that being said, I'll move that we take up a future agenda item for the City Council to consider an ordinance to prohibit federal immigration enforcement activity on public property in the City of Pinole.
Is that you said ordinance or resolution?
That is to consider an ordinance to prohibit federal immigration enforcement.
Okay, I'll second that.
Thank you. Comments of the council on the motion? If there are no comments, City Clerk Bell, please call roll. City Clerk Bell Spears, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Those are my requests for this evening, and we will now move on to item 7E, City Manager's Report. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a few items to report tonight. One is that the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority will review a proposed long-term agreement with West County Resource Recovery, Inc. for post-collection, recycling, composting, and disposal services at its upcoming board meeting. That board meeting will be on November 13th, and it is open to the public and available for viewing online. You can go to recyclemore.com and find more about that agenda. And that is for the post-collection contract. I also wanted to make sure everyone was aware our next drive-through food distribution is going to be at the Pinole Senior Center on November 10th, as well as the Pinole Police Department will be hosting its annual Thanksgiving dinner giveaway on November 20th. We are currently collecting donations of non-perishable foods at the Public Safety Building, and as well as Thanksgiving essentials, and people are also welcome to drop off gift cards as well. The donation hours are Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we'll be accepting donations through November 14th. We also, Councilmember Murphy at our last finance workshop mentioned the various grants that have been coming through. I wanted to just give a really brief rundown on that. It's just a reminder. We do have an OTS grant and we have a tentative date scheduled for a DUI checkpoint being funded by that grant on December 19th. We also have the cannabis grant. These are all with PD. And this week, we sent an officer to advance roadside impaired driving enforcement training paid for by that grant. We also ordered a pop-up tent, backdrop, table cover, and pamphlets for outreach and education on cannabis impaired driving. And all of these items were approved by the state. PD also is receiving a new motorcycle for DUI drug enforcement, as well as potentially other traffic enforcement, and also ordered and received lighting for the checkpoints. There's also the SCIP grant, which after council's approval of the resolution, the draft agreement was signed and sent to BSCC, and we are awaiting the execution of that. The PAL program, as we've all been being able to go to those workshops, or at least having those workshops there, was also a grant that we received from AARP, as well as our MCE Community Partnership Grant, which is helping with instant permitting. We received an SB 1383 grant for education and outreach, as well as compost procurement, and our compost program was talked about last council meeting and went very well. We have the CEC grant that we received for decarbonization, the MTC EV chargers grants for EV chargers, our CalRecycle water refill stations, the EPA funding in collaboration with Sac State and Pinole Earth Team trash capture, and our Pro Housing Awards. Additionally, we are currently pending, hopefully receiving additional grants for SB1 OPC grants for sea level rise, the DOG Tobacco Grant, the Clean California Community Grant, the Rose Foundation Grant, the Whale Tail Grant, and a few others. Oh, yep. It keeps going. The MCE Community Partnership Grant, the Extreme Heat and Community Resilience Program, and the CalRecycle Illegal Disposal Site Abatement Grant Program. So send good thoughts on the ones that we've been applying for, but I do want to say a thank you to staff for all your hard work on all of these grants, both in applying for them and then administering them to help our community. All right, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7F.
I just have a quick question.
You have a question
Yes.
about this one?
Well, yeah, first of all, City Manager Young, thank you so much for that recap. I think it's really important that we, have that, first of all. There was a time where we didn't have many grants on the table, and so we do, I think also thank you to the council for moving forward with a grant policy that we now have in our financial policies. I asked, can you send that out to our council so that we have that? I don't think we received that in our email, but that is a great roundup of information.
I would love to send that out. I'll send that out this week for sure.
Thank you. And something that I didn't hear in your report, but I didn't want to interrupt the speakers, but today public comments are mentioned that our agency, and I thought it was very concerning, but our agency is not investing money or a lot of money in public safety and policing. And I did see that as very concerning, because I certainly feel like when I am approving budgets here that we're prioritizing public safety. And one of the movements that I think has been really important this past year that we've all worked on is Measure I. And so for me, I've done a lot of work in communicating to the public about the importance of Measure I funding, going back to the resources we need. So can you clarify whether any of Measure I funds have been allocated or plan to be allocated for police services or public safety?
Sure. So actually, we have, from Measure I, we have 2.6 million budgeted. Right now, based on the amount of funding that's coming in, 2.6 million does seem to be accurate for what we've been receiving so far. And 1.8 million of that is for maintaining services with the police department.
Okay. Is there any, you said for the police department, is any of that 1.8 going to other departments, or?
No, that 1.8 is entirely to PD.
Okay. And the rest of the 1.8 is about 67% of it, or?
So, yes.
Okay.
So there's about 800,000, which is going to deficit in other departments and maintaining services with Public Works and other departments as well. I can get you that breakdown if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the city manager's report? There is none, so we'll go to item 7F. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 7. We're going to go forward to item 8B, which is our presentations for this evening. The first one is a presentation on the Community Services Department from Maria Picasso. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. And Dr. Dwyer, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public. This evening, I will provide an overview of our upcoming 2025 events. Before the year ends, the city will be hosting 5 events spread out throughout the months of November and December. Sorry, I'm Maria Picasso. I'm the Recreation Manager with the Community Services Department. All right, next slide, please. So the city will host its first annual Veterans Day celebration on Tuesday, November 11th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 at Fernandez Park. The event will feature performances from St. Joseph's Choir, from Pinole Valley High School's band. Troop 82 will lead a color guard presentation and a flag retirement ceremony. In addition, several organizations will be on site to provide information and resources. Featured organizations include the Pinole Historical Society, the California Department of Veteran Affairs, the Contra Costa County Veterans Services Office, and National Park Service from Port Chicago Memorial will be present for the event. Next slide, please. The next event that we will host will be the Holiday Craft Fair, which will be held at the Senior Center on Saturday, November 15th. The event will be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and it will feature over 40 vendors that will be showcasing their unique goods that they make. There'll be a lot of different arts and crafts things that they will be selling. This will be a great opportunity to support the local artisans and small businesses. I do just want to inform that all of our vendor spots for this event have been filled up. So now we're just inviting the community to come in and join the event. Our first event that will kick off the month of December will be our holiday tree lighting event, which will be held on Saturday, December 6th from 3 p.m. to 6:30. Our event will be, normally this event is held at Fernandez Park, and we usually move over to Community Corner, but this year we're going to host the entire event at Community Corner. So the streets will be closed off, and all of the children's activities, the cookie decorating, face painting, food vendors, that will all be held at Community Corner. There'll be an opportunity for photos with Santa and Mrs. Claus. We'll have some musical performances from Pinole Valley High School's choir that will be featured. We'll also, the return of Shop and Stroll will be featured during the event, and this time, since we are there for the entire time, the community can definitely support the businesses for the entire time frame of 3 to 6:30. So we're looking forward to bringing the event over to Community Corner this year. The following week, we follow with a holiday breakfast over at the Senior Center. This event will take place on Saturday, December 13th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. This is an event that will feature a pancake breakfast of eggs, bacon, sausage, along with coffee and orange juice. It will include a special visit from Santa. We'll also have children's activities. Tickets can be purchased in advance at the Senior Center or at PinoleRec.com. It is a ticketed event, and the cost is $10 per person for residents, Pinole residents, and then $12 for non-residents. And then we are excited to announce the return of Glow Pinole, which is a decorating contest for Pinole residents and businesses. The program will run throughout the month of December, with registration opening on December 1st and closing on December 14th. Our team will prepare a interactive map that will include all the participating homes and businesses. The contest includes 3 categories. So residents, it's the Holiday Showstopper, Best Theme Display, Glow and Go. For businesses, it's Glow Getter Award, Winter Wonderland Window, and Dazzling Display Award. The community will be encouraged to vote for their favorite displays from December 15th through December 26th. All participants will receive one of those Glow Pinole lawn signs that you see here on the slide. That will identify their home as one of our participating in our program for Glow Pinole. So we're excited to bring this back. We had over 30 participants last year, so we're hoping to be able to get more participants this year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this concludes my presentation. I did list the website where you can find details on all of these events. So if you go to pinole.gov/events, I'll provide details on all of the events that we're presenting on today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions of the council?
Comment. Thank you very much for your presentation and for including the events for November and December in the marketplace. So residents beyond Pinole will be informed about those happening, and we'll probably see a lot of residents from outside of Pinole. The Glow Pinole, pardon if I missed this, will there be a map of the residences that will participate in that? So people can walk by, drive by, and see the houses?
Yes, so our map will release, so registration closes on December 14th. December 15th, the map will go live. So our team, it's an interactive map that will share, will list all of the homes that are participating in the businesses, and they'll be able to follow along. It's a Google map, so they're able to go along. And it will also feature the voting link on that same map page.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions? Councilor Murphy?
Yeah. Well, thank you for your presentation, and this is so timely. So again, thank you for the timeliness of it. I think it's so important that our residents they tend to participate in the events in November and December, but just a reminder is really nice. I wanted to commend staff and your department on the communications that have been going out. I mean, the quarterly mailers that kind of list out those dates. We've come a long way, and I just want to, again, to shout you all out for how much work you put into planning out the dates, putting those out. Again, I saw it in Marketplace also. So just that creativity and that consistency has been really helpful, and I've seen a lot of residents just kind of say thank you to me, and I just want to say thank you to you because you're the ones doing it, and I think it's so important that we continue those models of outreach and communication. So I just wanted to say that. I only have one question. It always comes up every year. I gotta ask. I don't want to be the one to get in trouble from our residents.
The tree.
That tree.
There you go.
That tree, I gotta ask you, how are we doing with it? Have we? You know, it was gonna be the question, because it's the question I get the most around the holidays is, how's that tree looking? Or usually it's commentary after the holiday tree lighting. So if you can explain where you all are with the tree and. Yeah.
Thank you for your question, and perfect timing because we do have an update on that. Actually, Director Dwyer and I are going on Thursday to the tree farm that we've normally, ordered our tree from. But her and I will actually go out and see what options we have.
Okay.
That we've placed. They know that we need a tree. They know that we're coming, so we'll actually go over and select that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just one more thing to add. Thank you. That was great information. This is not an hour away. This is a 3-hour away field trip. So it'll be amazing. They have a new owner of the tree farm that we're going to, of the location. So we had a very robust phone call with them. They were aware of our tree issues last year, and they promised us they know what our vision is this year, and they're going to take us and show us some options because they really want to make sure to show us the best that they have.
Okay.
And so they're very excited to give us a full, beautiful looking tree this year. So our thought is on Thursday when we go out there, we are actually going to take photos of it. We'll post it on our socials, just saying soon to come, something similar, because it's such a great question from the community. So we'll make sure to communicate that out too.
Solid. That's great. And last question. Do you all have, in the past, we've had sponsorships of some sort. Where are you all looking at in terms of sponsorships now? Have there been businesses in Pinole that have come and said, hey, I want to sponsor something? And how might someone, if they are interested, participate with that, with any of the programs coming up this November, December?
Thank you. So because Council and City Manager Young have been able to reestablish that, we didn't have that previously, but donations and sponsorships has been an ongoing item for community services. We are actively receiving them. Last tree lighting, for example, Redwood Law was able to supply a donation of our light up necklaces for the event, which was really great. We were very happy about that. Hopefully they are a 2-time donation sponsor. But with that said, we did previously, many moons ago, years ago in Pinole, were able to get donations for trees or different things like that. So we are willing. We do reach out to businesses, but it's all about timing right now. The police department has things that they're also reaching out for the Thanksgiving food drive. We also do things at the senior center that our seniors and volunteers also go out and ask for businesses to donate or sponsor. So if people are interested, we definitely will give them resources and different areas where they can do that. We're currently working and developing a program with a tiered system to develop a formal process, which I'm sure you guys will see, which council will soon see, where all of our departments are really talking about those tiers and those dollar amounts. So that way, when we do go out to a business, what does that look like? A banner? What does that look like? A flyer, a logo, something where they can sponsor a tree. What does that get them? And so we're working on those tiered systems. But if anybody is interested, they are more than willing and able to email us at any point in time. You can email City Hall, any of our city staff, and we'll get you in contact with an area you could donate or sponsor in the meantime.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Checking online, Councilor Toms, any questions? Right. Seeing there's none. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No questions.
All right. We'll go to public comment. Deputy City Clerk, any comments?
There are no public comments.
Okay, back to comments of council. None. Just want to thank you all for your work. Very excited for these upcoming events. And for the tree lighting, I'm very excited to see what you all find on Thursday. And I think the community is going to be very excited to have that special moment for everybody. So thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right. We will then move on to item 8B2, which is a presentation on the city banner program from Director Dwyer. And, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so PCTV has a presentation that I'm sure, there we go. Hello, so tonight I bring forward what we are calling the banner programs update. So a little bit, this was asked to be brought forward. My name is Andrea Dwyer, Community Services Director, here to discuss some banner options and programs that we are excited to bring forward to the city. Next slide. So in front of you, you will see that there are 2 banner options. Throughout the city of Pinole, we have street light banners where this is, on the left side, you'll see different options of how they are set up around the city. Some of them have 1 poles where you'll see 1 double-sided street light banner, and then others have two options of streetlight banners attached. So those are throughout our city. And then there's also the other program called community banners, where those are 4x8 foot banners spread across our locations. This one is at Fernandez Park currently, showcasing programs and services and events. Next slide. So the purpose of this program really is to help beautify Pinole. It is to show our events, our community pride, shows businesses, it shows local groups that they have an opportunity to get out there and contribute to the beautification of their events and getting the word out there. A lot of the time we will find throughout our community that people will say, how can I help? How can I get the word out? I'm a local plumber. I have this event coming up. We're a school. We have this event coming up. And so how do we get that information out there? And so this is going to be a way that we can offer to these community groups, these individuals, to publicize their events, their services, or just what they have going on within their community. So our goals are really to create a welcoming, cohesive streetscape. So really just giving them the parameters, making sure that they are following some of the guidelines that we will have set, the sizes, the types, the styles. We're highlighting community pride and our city events. We will strengthen relationships is really what we're looking to show, that businesses can come to the city and find different ways to do this. This is a very common program that neighboring cities and faraway cities and local agencies are doing. So it's nice to be able to offer this to businesses and even nonprofit groups, and then encouraging participation in community identity efforts. Next slide.
So banner locations for the street light banners specifically. So currently, what I have here is showing the locations that currently have the system in place. So working with our public works team, we would only allow for it to start with the ones that have the brackets in place on the streetlights. That doesn't mean we can't expand later. It's just for capacity reasons, we want to start a little bit smaller than the larger hole right now. So currently there are some along San Pablo Avenue. There's many along Pinole Valley Road. There's some in front of the library, in front of the school. There are ones that were in, across from Quinnen Street. There's some in front of Bear Claw. So those are included in our count of the 46 locations. And when I say locations, it's the actual banner locations. So if it has one street banner or two, it was counted as, if it has one, it was counted as one. If it was a double-sided, it was counted as two. So it's a little difficult to show since some of the locations just had one and two, so I thought I'd just couple them together. But they are nicely spread out throughout Pinole Valley Road. They're nicely spread out around downtown, so there would be a nice overview of services and offerings there. Next slide. Our community banner locations are a little bit more identifiable, primarily at parks and main places with fences, for example. We've been able, through Councilmember Murphy's comment of that visible communication that we're doing, we're really trying to show people when you're in traffic waiting for your kids to get out of school or in that traffic line, look to your left or your right and you're gonna see current happenings with the city of Pinole, and it's been really nicely received. We get calls, we get emails, we have people coming to our events telling us that they saw those banners, which is so great. When you're at Fernandez Park, you're able to walk up to those banners, you see them, you take down a number. So we're really mindful about our marketing in this past year and a half, just to make sure that if you're driving, it's easily identifiable, so we don't put too much on there. And then these are the locations where you'll find those 4x8 banners. They include, fences at the Pinole Swimming Pool, Louis Francis Park, Meadow Park, tennis court, library area. We do have some really nice spots, like Community Corner is a really what we call a hot spot, and 5 Point. So those locations have one or two that can go there. And then our parks. Rehabilitating Pinole Valley Park East has been such a great spot for the community to come out for soccer. And so there's hundreds of families that are out there. And so they're able to take a look at those events while they're waiting for their kids' games or practices. So it's been a really nice addition because we didn't have that before. Next slide. So just some design specifications that we'll go through just to make sure that there's uniformity. The community banners that will be received are, the size is, like I've mentioned, is a 4x8. We'll have them with grommets in them. So when our public works team goes out there and hangs them, it's very easily. Also helps with wind, just to make sure there's a little bit of glide in there and there's not full resistance. Those are one-sided, so since they'll be going up usually against a wall or a fence, they are one-sided. And then our street light banners, we did find that many of them are a 30x60, which I actually have one to show you because we did used to do this in the past. So we'll show you what the potential is. And then we saw that some in front of Kaiser and down Pinole Valley Road are a little smaller, and we noticed that today. So we think they're 24x36, but I do need to verify that. But the good news is that there could be an option of a larger banner or a smaller banner given where your price range is too and what people would decide on. So there's options. They can also do them in vinyl or cloth, so that's something that they can decide. We'll mount them on existing light poles, like with brackets that are currently there. Keeping in mind, there are some that we do have material for that we can add, so this is gonna be a really nice, robust program we can develop along the way. And then just categories, looking at, making sure our city logo and community messages are on them, events or seasonal themes, and sponsored banners. So just while we're here, I would love to show you. We had one. I'm not Vanna White, sorry. So this is similar to where they used to be and how they were. Let's get that on. So just imagining this, throughout the valley or something. So our thought is, while there are spots that are not reservable or not kept at the city, we do have some of those already in stock because we had them from the past, so we've kept them. And so we could obviously be able to put those back out in those existing locations. Thank you. And then just for the overview, so individuals or groups can purchase one or more banners. And then once they do that for this will be for the 4x8 banners. They will then show that to us. We will make the reservation. It'll be for 30 days. And then city staff will put out the banners on the appropriate sites that they reserve. Also, we will make sure that we will review all the banners just to make sure before they go to print that we will be able to see them, just because it will be on city property. So we want to make sure they abide by the guidelines, and then making sure they meet our city material and safety standards. And then again, we will handle installation and removal. That is the end of my presentation, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Director Dwyer. Questions to the council about this? We'll go Mayor Pro Tem first.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea, and this program coming to fruition is great. I had a question related to if a business wanted to reserve a banner space, they would just fill out some type of form and then go through a process. What if they found a light pole that they wanted to buy the bracket and add to the program? Have you guys considered adding to the program if somebody were to say, hey, I'd like to do these 3 poles that might not have been in the original plan?
So
would you entertain?
Of course, truthfully, yes, of course, we'll entertain expansion at any point, especially if there was a business or a service that it was right in front and they were willing to. The brackets themselves are not very expensive. It's just the time that it's going to take our public works team to make sure to install those. So as soon as we gather what that would look like and have a conversation with our public works team to make sure they have the capacity to do that, then we'll be more than willing to entertain that, definitely.
And what is it? I mean, I guess what was the cost? If somebody were to say, hey, I would like to put a banner up, they provide the banner, but is there city time and costs associated with that, or what would be the fee?
Yeah, so the fees right now are being reviewed based on, we're looking at the cost that it's going to take because they're already existing. We won't have to purchase those brackets. We do know that the 4x8 banners are going to be it can be a range between, if they're going to be a group that is a state nonprofit group, those would be a different range. And then there's going to be a commercial business, a Pinole approved business versus a non-Pinole business. So we are looking at those ranges to make sure it falls within the scope. But we would want them to purchase the banners, and then the banner placement is what they would pay us for those 30 days.
Got it. And so there is a cost recovery part of this? Okay.
There is a reservation fee that they will have to make to account for our administrative time, and then our public works time to make sure to hang those banners, install and remove them, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Councilor Murphy.
Oh, thank you. Of course, yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for this presentation. It's great to see it come back to, again, in terms of beautification and community engagement as well as economic development, I truly think that the community program is great. I do think that the street light program expansion is really important and something I hear from some of our small business owners, but also our larger businesses in Pinole looking to kind of do some promo and also make some more connection. So I just want to reiterate how important I think this is for our next chapter of the city and our agency. Sounds like we've already been here before, so it's also exciting to see something that doesn't seem too archaic, but something that was again in our portfolio before. My question to you is, you spoke to an approval process. Can you help me and maybe a business owner interested understand what the turnaround timeline is? If I said to you today that I wanted to have banners, what would that approval process look like? Are there any permits? And then what's the turnaround time for that process?
Great, thank you. So we are trying to make it as modern as possible. So all registrations would go through our reservation process, which is pinolerec.com, where you would be basically reserving your own facility of that banner location. It is not live yet since we haven't finalized it. We've been using it internally to mark where we put our banners. So we can look in our system to see where Zumba is or where United Against Hate banners are. And it's doing a really good job internally with communication. And so what we would do is if you're the business owner, then we would say, Murphy's Restaurant, you would go onto PinoleRec.com, fill out the questions that the application would be electronic, so you would see it there. You'll pay the reservation fee, and then we'll start and give the guidelines about, the dimensions and the specifications, and then you'll be able to go to whichever printer you'd like to go to. There are many online, there are many locally that we can take advantage of, and then you would print your banner, and then we'll do them in 30-day processes. So if you were reserving, we would tell you, don't reserve for November since it's already November 4th. I would suggest to probably reserve for December so you get that full month. We really aren't going to want to do November 10th to December 10th because then we're going to have a lot of dates to kind of catch up with if we have 50 banners, for example. So we would encourage you we would close reservations for November, have them ready for you for December. You can go as quick as you can get that banner moved. Okay. So it's truly, we're trying to go a month ahead. So we'll sell as many spaces as we can for that following month by the last week of November for December, for example.
Okay.
So then when we work with Public Works team, we'll have all the banners ready. They'll just come to one stop. They'll pick up. We'll have locations, and then they just go out to the community.
Gotcha. So I'm hearing number one, it's as easy as booking a placement anywhere in the city, right? Where if I booked a park or the barbecue pit at the park, it's as simple as that. And then I'm kind of hearing a 1 month timeline, at least. Or what type of turnaround are we
truthfully,
looking at?
how fast you can get your banner printed and bring it in is as fast as we can fill that reservation for you, whatever you have.
Gotcha.
So if you come in November 15th and you've reserved for December and your banner is ready to go and you have it printed and it's ready and you hand that to us, then we're ready to go for December for you. It's how fast the applicant can have their banner printed with the grommets, with the 4x8s, we'll say, and then they bring it into us so we have it put up at the locations.
Okay. And of course, you spoke about cost recovery and revenue generation. So that's going to come back to the council at some point, your assessment of the fees, or what does that look like?
It can, yes. I think it'll be nice to show a final, just a final staff report of where everything lands, and then just some, now that we know the direction that this will be going in, this is really just to give an overview of the hope where we're trying to start, and then our hope is by the new year we can really kick this off. We can, obviously try to do these older style of banners that we have now and fill the streets while we do this beautification during the holidays and tree lighting. I think that would be a nice start. And then we can also start telling people this is something coming soon. And maybe it also just sounds nice because this January we opened up facilities for rental. So now we can start our banner rental process next January. But yes, definitely with those fees and the allocation and breakdown of where those funds would go, because we do want to give a percentage and make sure Public Works time is also accounted for. So we'll be splitting that as well.
That was going to be my last question, was just ensuring, again, with the cost recovery, just ensuring that you all obviously are getting what you need, and then the Public Works Department is getting what they need. So it sounds like there's some cross-department collaboration amongst.
Absolutely. Yes,
Perfect.
We will not be successful without our Public Works team, definitely. They've done a great job just highlighting where brackets are in the willingness to also be able to put more up. So we are very excited for the collaboration, and financially that will be there as well.
Okay, and then my last question is, and I think this is so important only because I so much care about every department and how we are investing in new programs. This is an old program that we're bringing back. So my question to you is, with the goals that you've listed out today, how are you measuring success for this program? I know what I think about the program and why I would like it for our city, but how is your department measuring your impact, essentially, with this particular program?
A lot of the time, those community members that are asking you how can they do things are also coming to us. And so finding different ways of marketing and advertising for them is success for us. So we had a local football group and cheer group that were very interested in getting the word out there. And we're limited. We can only do what we can do. They have certain things, so we tried to fit it in what we have, but creating a process for people, for business owners, for community members is really what we're trying to do. We don't offer football and cheer. We don't offer these things that they can. And so I feel like this is success to me, is being able to see more programs offered with Pinole as almost like a hub where you can come around our agency, you can see different advertisements as you travel or holiday messages. But I'm really excited. It's almost like just a walking advertisement as well. And so when we did work with that football and cheer, and they were able to put some signs in Fernandez Park to the best of our ability, they loved it. They thought it was so great. And so really just expanding on that and creating a process for all, because we worked with them on that, but really showing other people we could do that as well. We do it successfully with our soccer leagues as well, who've done a great job increasing their Pinole participation. So to answer your question, success to me is seeing these filled, seeing the community respond and see these events because they see these billboards or messages, or maybe, the local school is now doing it and then they get to have their Oktoberfest up there. So I'm really excited to see how much more events get shown to the community by way of these banners.
Solid. Okay. And just a last comment, just because you did say the school district, I would certainly encourage you all to embrace other agencies, right, that typically have marketing budgets, public agencies included. I think those are great avenues for us to consider, again, ensuring that our placements are there. I'm thinking about our wider agency, East Bay Mud. I'm thinking about, of course, Confire, like agencies that oftentimes are trying to communicate, stay connected to the community, would perhaps also be great pilots of this program, in addition to our small businesses and larger businesses as well. So just wanted to encourage you to reach out to some of those agencies, perhaps, who can be great pilots for it.
Definitely. Our hope is to create like a 3-step simple system where every department becomes a walking, this is how to do it, right? By these 3 simple steps. Go to PinoleRec.com and you guys can reserve your banner space. So we want to make it easy too, because we don't collaborate with Confire or East Bay Mud as often, but I know our other teams do. And so we'll make sure to share that with them as well.
I as well. I will make sure to share too. Thank you.
Thanks. And let's add East Bay Regional Parks District to that list as well.
Yeah.
They have so many different walkable spaces, and so that'd be a great program for them to participate in as well. Checking online, Councilmember Toms, any questions? And I apologize, I can't see the Zoom.
Just a general question about, I've heard that maybe some nonprofits could participate in the program, but then I also heard that businesses could. And can you tell me, like, if there's a nonprofit, if we have several nonprofits, do they get priority over a business that wants to advertise? If it becomes oversubscribed?
So the way that we'd like to treat this similarly to what we do for facilities. Facilities are very popular, nonprofit groups, businesses. Everybody really likes to reserve the facilities. We do it on a first come, first serve basis. What we would like to offer is a lesser of a rate for those that are nonprofit groups to those who are businesses. We won't, it's not our intention to have, a 2-week lead time for businesses rather than a nonprofit group, because that'll get a little bit harder to keep up with each month. But we would offer a lower of a rate would be our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Right, checking Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
So, how do I say this? I haven't seen such enthusiasm for banners in a while. So, I hope it's contagious as people want to rent some space. Or what comes to mind, because I've been asked about this by residents, is where's the Pinole merch? And perhaps this is a question to our city attorney, whether there can actually be items that now that we have a Pinole logo, what I'm thinking about is placement of the Pinole logo on banners that are now outdated. And so first the question, the community banners that are at Fernandez Park, for example, I don't recall whether they have specific dates on them or whether they're used multiple times. You mentioned earlier that you had, for example, the one that you have behind you that has been somewhere in storage and you might be able to bring them back. But there's some very colorful banners out there, and what I have seen in art shops, like art museum shops, is using that material the vinyl that's made, that banners are often made of, to create large totes, a very practical item that can be used by people for storage or for carrying things around. And in the interest of upcycling, recycling, and reuse and multi-use and cutting down on plastic use, that Pinole might create their line of totes or otherwise use that material if it is available for use. I don't know whether what happens to the banners that might have dates on them. So that's one question. What happens to those banners? Are they dated or are they general enough that they are used again and again, which would be ideal? But if there are there's a stock of them somewhere in storage, perhaps they can be brought out, and working with a craftsperson, maybe that has applied to be part of the crafts fair this year or in years prior, to create something and not only use the material of the banners, but as well include our Pinole logo on there. Yeah, so that's what comes to mind. Where's the Pinole merch? If in all this, if we can have that, is that permissible? Can cities have such a thing?
Yes. I have an answer for you. I want to make sure to answer both of your questions. The first is, do these have dates and are they reusable? United Against Hate Week, for example, that was a banner that was reusable. There were not dates on there, so we put those up. So we reuse those. They are vinyl banners. On Earth Day this year, we actually took our older banners, like the ones behind me that were vinyl, and we did exactly that. We partnered with somebody. They were based out of Hercules, and they took those banners and created totes, and they were wonderful and beautiful, and they're on sale for $20. Kapil Amin from the Community Development Department did a wonderful job at washing those banners, finding the vendor to do that, and then repurposing them, and then we sold them at Earth Day and made a profit from doing that because they were the older banners. But we do tell him we have some that we can do that for in the future. So we are doing that. We did sell them, and it was wonderfully received because they were, again, repurposed, like you've said. And so that is our goal, to use the ones that have dates, and if that does happen in the colorful, and reuse them as best we can.
Well, that's good. I'm sorry I missed out on that sale.
Okay. We can find a bag for sale. I know they're beautiful. They are very beautiful.
Well, thank you. That was my question, if we can reuse the material. But along with the reuse is also to help promote our city and include a little tag on them if they didn't have them last year.
Yes, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion there. Can we go back to the slide, PCTV, for the specifications of the banners? And I apologize if I missed this or that I missed this, so the city is not actually printing the banners, right?
That is correct. We are not.
It is the business owners, nonprofits, partners who will be ordering the banners after they go through the approval process. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the city has oversight in terms of what those banners look like.
Yes, we want to make sure.
Guidelines. There needs to be very specific guidelines on that as well.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you. I know we're talking about local vendors as a part of that. I think staff knows where I'm going with this, but about 2 years ago, we adopted a few amendments to the procurement policy. One was a preference policy for union-made, American-made vehicles, which has had an impact on our procurements there. There's also another one on union printing. And so I wanted to ask if it'd be possible for staff, as well as giving a list of local vendors, if you could also provide a list of union vendors as well in Contra Costa County to business owners and nonprofit partners.
Yes, we did make sure to reach out for price comparisons for both union and non-union printers, so we can make sure to just gather what we have and what we would use and share that with the community, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
That's my only question. We're going to go to public comment first. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments on this?
Yes, in person, Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. Just a couple sort of questions on this. I noted that you've got basically a cap of 30 days per reservation slot. But are you planning to have any sort of protective measures to prevent, say, one business from grabbing all the slots or grabbing one slot every single month? Like, is there going to be a limit to how many slots a given entity can have, or how many times in a year a given entity can have a particular slot? And that's my question on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a response to that, Director?
Yes. Similarly to what was brought forward during donations and sponsorships, and the answer was all money is good money. So just like we would reserve our facilities and offer that, we did not think to do a maximum because those businesses will truly want to advertise themselves. And so we did not think to create a cap. If that is the wish or the recommendation, if you guys, if the council should choose to do so, we can definitely look into that. But we do have many of the businesses that are local, and their interest, we have chatted with them about those banners. Their interest isn't to monopolize, it is truly just to get the word out there. So if we do find it becomes an issue, I think that's something that we can look forward in the future. But I really feel like this is going to really benefit our local groups and businesses first.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council for any other comments on this. Looks like there's none. Councilmember Toms, any comments? See, looks like there's none there. One thing came to mind actually on this. And I think it goes back to Councilor Martinez-Rubin's point about, we have a new logo, we have new branding guidelines, and we were both in the committee to make sure those were brought to the council. Is there any flexibility or room to have Pinole branding as a part of these banners? I know that designs are submitted from partners that we have in the community, but there's any room for maybe on the bottom part of the banner having our city logo or any other branding guidelines we have?
So I just want to clarify. So the thought is to have almost like the bottom 3 inches of one of the banners have the standard branding of our logo and Rent Your Spot Today or something, some kind of detail of that sort.
Any detail that
would align.
markets our new modern sort of branding guidelines?
Yeah, we can surely look into that. I think a 30 by 60 banner really shows there's substantial space. If I could ask if your recommendation would be to do on the streetlight banners and the community banners, or just the streetlight banners?
I would say just the streetlight banners. I'm thinking about when I walk in Walnut Creek area, Broadway Plaza, but really city streets. They have very, very distinct city branding, and to me that looks really sharp. And I know that we're going to have a lot of different designs that we're going to have in our public spaces, but to just have that small detail, I think signals to residents, oh wow, we're really in a new era, and just really proud of the city that they live in.
Yes, definitely. When we bring this forward for the final piece of it with the prices, I can definitely show some examples and some guidelines. I know Seattle does that. Walnut Creek does a beautiful job with their with that information as well. So we did gather local agencies just to make sure we were on par with that. So I'll be more than happy to show a comparison of a mock-up of what that would look like as well, to make sure that's something that you would like to do.
That'd be amazing. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you for the presentation and your work on both of these presentations. Excellent stuff, and really excited about the energy that's been put into this.
Mayor, we do have an online comment that just popped up.
Thank you.
Anthony Vosbrink.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I had a few questions and concerns from the public. Curiosity with the current banners that are being used throughout our city, like the ones that are posted by the Welcoming to Pinole intersection of Pinole Valley Road and I-80 on-ramp just below the fence line adjoining the Jack in the Box property that is being used for numerous types of banners, political banners, City of Hercules banners, St. Joseph Church banners, and the St. Joseph Church considered a nonprofit, and are you giving these people some kind of priority or reciprocal type agreement that we can do the same in their city so they can come and litter our fences and sign space or banner space with their banners? They're going to take precedence over the City of Pinole banners or their business banners as such, because there's only so much space in Pinole, number one. Number two, I think there should be some strong limits as to how many XYZ type organizations and banners, be it in our city, neighboring cities or East Bay Mud and or everybody and their brother in the kitchen sink littering our city with banners. You know, we don't want our city to look like another Las Vegas or Reno, Nevada, or somewhere down towards LA County, but maybe a lot of you like that kind of look in your city. You know,
Sir, you have
we got to
45
keep the
seconds.
city clean. And I think there's concern for sign litter, banner littering throughout our city. And I would like to see some numbers with a cost-benefit analysis and a return on investment with the amount of time, money that we're putting into with public works, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Director, if you have any responses, please feel free.
I would love to comment on the banner placement that he was referring to next to Jack in the Box. We echo those sentiments. That's not a City of Pinole place fence, so we do not have jurisdiction on that fence. That is one that is shared by the Garden Club location, and so they are actually giving the permission to the people who hang them. And so when those are Hercules events, it's actually run by the Bayfront Chamber, who we do work with. The City of Pinole does support the chamber, but we don't get asked about those banner placements. They don't communicate with us at all. That is done through a different entity, and we don't, but I understand the concern.
Right. Thank you so much. That concludes the presentations for this evening. Thank you again for your presentation, and we're going to move on to our next item here. So now we'll go to item 9, consent calendar. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments on the calendar?
Just giving it a second. Looks like there are no public comments on consent.
All right. With that being said, we'll bring back the council. If we have any members who want to pull any items, make a comment or a motion.
I'd like to pull item A, please.
Right. Thank you. Any other members want to pull item? With that being said, do we have any motions on this?
I'll move approval of items B, C, and D.
Thank you. I'll second that. Any comments? None. All right. Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to item 9A. Councilor Martinez Rubin, do you have any comments on this one?
Yes, please. In the minutes of October 21st, there are a couple of statements about which I requested some revisions so that they can more accurately reflect what I reported then. I have sent the text to Madam City Clerk and Deputy City Clerk Stone, and I can read the statements for the record.
Sure. And which page are you on in the minutes?
Okay, so on page 6 or 22 of 142, page 6 of the minutes or 22 of 142.
1 second here. All right, go ahead.
The last paragraph, where it reads Councilmember Martinez Rubin. I'm asking that it read, Councilmember Martinez Rubin took the opportunity to thank everyone, both in and out of Pinole, who participated in local events, including the recent coastal cleanup and a town hall hosted by the City of Pinole and Supervisor Joya. A number of nonprofit representatives that serve West Contra Costa County attended. Among the recurrent issues mentioned was food insecurity. And then the last sentence remains as is. So there's a revision there. And then on page 7 or 23 of 142, page 7, the second paragraph, last line, the revision is in the title of the workshop that I attended. The title now reads Governing Amid Rising Instability. It should read Governing Amid Rising Incivility. Yeah, I made sure to say that twice last time so that that incivility would be emphasized, which is part of the title. So that's the one word in that line to be revised. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments from members of the council on this one? If there are none, I'll move approval of item 9A with the corrections outlined by Councilor Martinez Rubin.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments? There are none. Deputy City Clerk, please go ahead.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Aye.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our consent calendar items. We have no public hearings, no old business, so we'll go forward with taking up item 12, new business. And we have our first item, 12A, which is an update to the Community Services Commission bylaws. So we'll pass it over to staff to present on that new business item.
This is the last one, I promise everybody. There's one presentation coming up. Thank you, PCTV. While that loads, we'll just start chatting about it. So tonight what we have before you is the updates to our Community Services Commission bylaws. These bylaws were, thank you, PCTV. Next slide. Next slide. So this Community Services Commission has reenacted, it was on a break to better improve how we move forward with the commission. This commission does serve as an advisory body to the City Council. They discuss programs, recreational programs, community events, quality of life, and community with our Pinole residents. We make sure that these bylaws establish the structure, duties, and procedures for the commission. Part of the commitment from the City of Pinole to maintain clear and consistent documents, staff did conduct a review of the bylaws, and we did provide some recommended updates, which you will see tonight. The revisions were reviewed at the last Community Services Commission meeting, which was held on Wednesday, October 22nd, and the commission did vote to recommend these for approval through to City Council. Next slide. We did take a look while we reviewed the bylaws at where we were with programming currently. So a lot has changed in the years with the Community Services Commission, how we were operating these meetings and what their roles were. It was really nice to be able to compare them with local agencies and other city commissions. So we took an analysis and focused on making sure that our administrative procedures as well as compliance with the Brown Act aligned and making sure that this was with best practices and for public advisory bodies. Some of the key updates included just clarifying roles. For example, there were different people in different seats, staff-wise and commission-wise. We revised the bylaws, more clearly defined the commission's purpose as an advisory body to the City Council, outlining the relationship between commission, council, and as well as city staff. We made sure to update the bylaws to include clear guidance on commissioner appointments and attendance, making sure that when there are absences, when they are excused, when they are unexcused, and making sure to track them so they also understood their commitment for the commission, and then formatting language to remove outdated terminology and just modernizing so that way they were reformatted for clarity and ease. In summary, the bylaws were strengthened for operational framework for the commission. We really wanted to improve the alignment with the City Council's direction, making sure that this aligns with our city clerk and state laws, with the city clerk's procedures and state law. And then these updates will help ensure transparency, accountability, and effective communication. When we did take it to this commission, they were very happy to see the update. They were happy to have the discussion to make sure we were modernizing it. So then their role was more clearly defined rather than just updates being provided to them, really making sure they were a part of the conversation. So they were thrilled to see these come forward to council. Next slide. So the next step for this piece is to have this presentation tonight of the ordinance revising the applicable provisions for the municipal code, as you can see there, for the Community Services Commission to formally revise the code in order to align with the recent bylaw update. And then the bylaws will take effect 30 days from the adoption of the ordinance. Next slide. And if there are any questions or comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions of the presentation? Councilmember Murphy.
Just real quick, the bylaws that are provided, they're not red line, are they? So you just gave us kind of an overview of the.
We provided the new bylaws,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that you can provide in the next meeting, provide the red line? I just don't actually know what has changed, and I haven't gone through each one. The one question I do have is about number 5 under Article 4, which is the charge. It says that the commission is reviewing an annual operating budget and capital improvement plan for the Community Services Department. Mm-hmm. that sounds a lot like what city council would do or a planning commission. So can you explain that a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Yes. The commission has been very vocal about wanting to know what are we working with, what are we doing. They're sitting here and really discussing about services and programs, but we've never really brought forward what we're working with or what we have or what recreation is. So this is just providing an opportunity for them to review it. It does not give them any, it doesn't provide guidance to changing dollar amounts, to adding, deleting, or anything like that. Just more saying this is what council has reviewed and then bringing it back to them. This isn't before the budgetary process. We would be doing it after council reviews it. So it wouldn't be a part of the budget process. It would be after council has approved it. We would bring it back to them. So then they understand this is where we are for the year. This is what council has approved.
Okay.
We would make sure it was not within the review timeline.
Okay, is that an addition? That would be something that has been added as
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When you say annual operating budget, are you referring to the community services department budget or the city council budget? Either I'm fine with. I just want to make sure we're very clear about expectations. And the same with capital improvement plan. I know that every department has been involved in many of our pieces of plans, but I just want to make sure to understand, maybe even the commissioners want to understand, like when they are reviewing the CIP, what piece of it, I guess, because would they be reviewing everything or just a piece of?
Yes. Great question. Thank you for that. I'll be more than happy. The intent is to show them specifically parks, recreation, community services.
Gotcha.
So we would bring forward the things that council has approved for projects for the future years as they related to parks, community services, Tiny Tots building, our senior center flooring. So really making sure it's within the recreation realm. We would not start opening a conversation about roads and other areas or public works department, really focusing on just community services and what we have a hand in. It's helpful to have them also know so they could help support us through the community. We're really wanting the commission to get out to the community and also advocate for what we're doing within community services on behalf of the city of Pinole.
Absolutely, and we saw a little bit of that this budget season when we talked about the pool and some of our services. So this is great. I'm really glad to see this being modernized. I see that we haven't passed an ordinance changing or adopting since 2008. So I think it's very timely. So looking forward to our next rendition of this, which I think is going to be an ordinance at our next meeting in November, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
So the bylaws in their final form will come back to us? There was a version of them in the packet that we had for tonight.
Yes, you have the final version. I did not provide the red line version. I will make sure to provide that red line version so you can see that in the future.
Okay, so in the final version that was in the packet, there were just two tiny revisions needed.
Okay.
I'll mention them, or City Manager?
Sure, you can go ahead and mention them, and I haven't had an opportunity to tell Director Dwyer, so.
If indeed this is how you want it, it's a 7-member commission, right? Okay, so there's mention of a 5, so let's make sure it's a 7-member. There's a section that reads.
That's one of the revisions.
Yeah.
That's one of the revisions Commissioner asked, they supported to change it to a 5.
Okay, if that is,
That's what I was saying.
if that is so, if it's a 5-member commission, then item D in that section of membership should reflect 5 members, because right now it reflects 7 members.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I think in that same section of the bylaws, there's mention of an age, and it reads must be 18 years of age. Members must be 18 years of age. I think you may want it to read must be at least 18 years of age, and otherwise we have an all teenage commission. Yeah, unless that's what you want. Okay, so just tiny little things like that, but yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, any, Councilor Toms, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. I have a few questions here. So I'm a little bit confused. So we have this in front of us now to consider. The report is saying recommendation is to review and approve it. You're also mentioning a red line version that we haven't gotten. So is this coming back to council to consider this again with the red line, or are you seeking approval of this right now and then you can provide a red line later?
So ideally, the second, I did not provide the red line that was mentioned when Councilmember Murphy had stated that, so I did not do that in advance. My apologies. I should have attached that.
No worries.
So I can do whichever you'd like. We can wait to do this. We don't actually have our next commission meeting. They break for November and December, so time is not of the essence. So if you would like to do it at the later, we definitely can do so. It's at your discretion.
Thank you. I want to go through some of the key updates that you mentioned. Move backwards here. So formatting and language, outdated terminology has been modernized. Can you just highlight a few of those updates that you worked on there?
Yes, so we wanted to make sure, previously there was lack of a mention of roles and responsibilities or reviewing things like their work plan, and similarly the budget, making sure that they were a part of these conversations, making sure also that they had a hand in the conversation. So a lot of the language that we had suggested to add on was to provide that purpose to them, so then they could be more actively as written on paper. I think it was assumed that they are there and they're listening and they're getting these updates, but then giving them more call to action, reviewing a work plan, bringing that work plan as it aligns with council, making sure that they're also supporting the role of staff. And so we just updated that terminology to make sure that when they are reviewing those budgets or the work plan and developing a work plan, because they have ideas, and so we really want to also listen to those and then take them into account as best we can, because similarly through other commissions, there's a working relationship. We didn't have that as well with the Community Services Commission, so just updating that terminology.
Perfect, thank you. As we're talking about, I think it's modernizing terminology here, there's one I wanted to particularly dive into here, and it was, I wrote down item D. It's in one of these articles here. If you just give me 1 second to find this. And this had to do with the chair. Let's just find this here real quick. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, it's Article 6, Rules of Procedure, subsection D. On the last 2 lines there, it shall be the responsibility of the commission chairman to report such persons to the mayor and city council. So, I mean, I believe right now on the commission we have a chair and vice chair who are both great women leaders. I think this is like a really timely update if we can just just make the update to just reflect chairperson. Just out of respect for the leaders there who've been serving, and then just vetting the entire rest of that bylaw document to see where that could also be applied for consistency. Another question I have here is, yes, 5 members. So currently it is not
7.
It is 7. Yep. So with this being in the bylaws, that being a change, first off, what is the reason for the change?
Yeah.
From your work and participating in these meetings, and then also when would those changes apply?
So the reason we have the 7 is ample conversation. The reason we're recommending a 5, when these ideas come out, each commissioner has a robust amount of ideas and events and involvement that they each want to do, and each of them have a purpose that they want to take part in and their reason why they're on there. We're not able to really satisfy much of those conversations with 7 of them. It's very difficult when you're talking about a work plan or ideas as we move forward with 7 different individuals on top of the services that we provide. And so having a 5-person commission, which is more common as we looked into other agencies. If you would like, I can also throw in a comparison of agencies that have 5s or 7s, so then you could also see that data. I think that might be, I could also add that if you would like. But when we do these work plans, it's really making sure that we're creating something that's attainable. With the 7 this past year and the year prior, it was very difficult to have so many ideas and services out there that we wanted to assist with or help with that we couldn't. And so just really being able to focus as a commission and having everybody support each other and really realigning is really our intention with going down to 5.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then question on the how's that applied timeline-wise?
Yes, sorry, thank you. That's your second question. So at the end of we would wait until the end of the term. So there's 3 that are set to term out for the next round. So we have, so currently with the 7, there's 3 commissioners that will term out next. And so when they term out, there will be 1 seat to fill rather than the 3.
Gotcha. Out of curiosity, on average, how long are the Community Services Commission meetings? Like hour, I mean, is it an hour, 2 hours?
We
4
just had
hours?
our first meeting with our new commissioners, and it was robust and amazing. And so if you would have asked me that maybe a year ago, I would have said like 20, 30 minutes. Now it was closer to an hour. Maria Picasso and I were here for about an hour and a half to 2 hours that night, just engaging in conversation afterward and connecting. Our new commissioners are amazing. They're a great team, attribute to the team and commission. So I do see them being a lot longer in our future.
Yeah, well, I love seeing more community involvement. I mean, it's a big commitment to be part of any commission, volunteer your time. I feel, just a strange way about taking away 2 commission seats and maybe restricting more input from the community. I also understand what you're saying about there's so many inputs in a meeting. So I would love the council's thoughts on that piece. There is a section here I wanted to also dive into, and it was vacancies. Yes, vacancies. Part of the bylaws here, it shows that the commission appoints another commissioner to fill in for the remaining term of a vacant spot. What do all of the different commissions do? I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware of every single commission or bylaws, but does the council usually appoint for a vacancy, or is this unique? And is this a change that was made in the last bylaws update?
This was not a change. This was something that was already in place, so I did not change it. I will say, we as the commission as staff, didn't do as much of due diligence as we should have previously. So our chair and vice chair, for example, every January they're supposed to get reelected, and that hasn't happened. So we'll need to make sure to follow suit with that. We did have a vacancy, and it was handled differently than where we would go in the future. So we did not touch that area. In what I have seen though is we can do. I've seen it done either way. Truly, Mayor, you could to make sure if it's too much to get to a council meeting by the time the vacancy would happen, and then if there wasn't, if we missed a meeting in between where normally they feel like commission could just handle it and not do it. But since you appoint those bodies, I could also understand the council doing it since you appoint the people on there. You could also appoint a substitute or a backup per se. The city of Dublin had something similar where they would have an alternate. So if somebody was out, they would at least have them. They could be a part of the meeting. They just were noted as an alternate, so they wouldn't vote until there was a missing seat. So that could also help establish going from 7 to 5 if you were looking for options, because I understand where your viewpoint is.
For sure. I mean, I'd just love to see the bylaws of the other commissions to see how this process works with vacancies. In the next time this comes to the council, I would love to see an update here for filling vacancies, and that being something that the council appoints rather than the entire commission making that decision. We have an ad hoc subcommittee on, interview subcommittee for Community Services Commission / is it planning?
Yeah.
I think, right? And so I'm not even sure how this process works with the commission. Like, do they receive the applications to fill a vacancy and then they do it in a public meeting? Or I think it would be best for the vacancy to be published, and then those applications go through the ad hoc subcommittee for recommendation to the council who makes the appointment. I do understand, like, these things take time, but also, I mean, if someone, for some reason vacates a seat in the first month of their 2-year term, then that's a pretty big decision in terms of the makeup of that commission. So I just want to see more info on other bylaws from different commissions. Membership and attendance, can you just update us on exactly what was updated there?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what was happening previously was there wasn't a very clear example of excused versus unexcused when they would have to report it, and then making sure how many they could miss, and then we would need to report it to the city clerk's office. So making sure that information was updated, clearly stated, so then we could let them know of their responsibilities prior to them signing up for that seat.
Gotcha. And so Article 6, is it D here, outlines any commission member that has 3 unexcused absences in a 1-year period shall be removed from the office. Got it. And that's not an addition. That's been in the bylaws.
Yeah, that's been there. We did
Gotcha.
we did not add that.
Oh, we did not have that.
We did not add that.
Oh,
I did not change that.
Got it. Those are my questions. We're going to go to public comment. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments on this?
Yes, we do have Rafael Menace.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So first off, with regards to some of the mayor's comments, I'd like to maybe clarify something, because I think when the mayor was discussing Article 6, subsection G, that's a discussion for the commission selecting its chair and vice chair, not the replacement of members in a vacancy. And typically, for most of the commissions, it's within their power to select who their chair and vice chair are. For replacement of vacancy, that's under Article 5 membership. Section C says, if there's a vacancy, incumbents wishing to reapply, terms will commence in July or when the vacancy is filled. So vacancies are a little bit unclear outside of termination. Like the wording there could probably be clarified along with the points that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin already brought up around the shall be exactly 18 years of age and so on. Let's see. With regards to the rules of order, so under Article 6, subsection A, I know that it says Robert's Rules of Order shall apply in all instances, and I know that in some cases the city has adopted Rosenberg's Rules of Orders, I believe for city council meetings in particular, and I know that it's usually more efficient for typical commission processes to use Rosenberg rules over Robert's rules, so I'm wondering whether the council will be willing to consider modifying that item to shift the particular rules of order that are adopted with regards to that commission. Let's see. So subsection E, so it says the mayor may by with the majority of the consent of a majority of the city council remove any commissioner of the commission for misconduct or neglect of duty. So is that a vote by the council, or is that just something within the mayor's particular power? And then I guess secondary to that, going back up to Article 5 again, subsection B, it was mentioned that there's the interview ad hoc subcommittee typically, but what subsection B says, it's the appointment process shall include recommendation for appointment by the mayor and final approval by the city council. It doesn't seem to include a space for the interview subcommittee. It's just the mayor makes a recommendation and then the council doesn't up or down vote on it. So does the council want to modify that clause to maintain the role of the interview subcommittee, or do they want to shift it to more of a strong mayor form there? And finally, I'd note that other commissions, such as the Planning Commission, have 7 members, and it seems like they're able to handle the overall load, so it might be worth considering that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, any other public comments?
No, but we do have our city clerk online. I think she wants to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to respond to the discussion about appointments of the council. So I can confirm that for all of our commissions and committees, historically, we have the council fill any vacancies by appointment. They're not done by the commission. So thank you to Mr. Menace for also pointing out maybe that language was not applicable here. And I can just confirm that that's been our practice for all of our appointed bodies.
Thank you for the clarification, City Clerk, and also Mr. Menace for that catch. I appreciate that. So no more public comments. We're gonna bring it back to council for more comments here. One thing I did notice while the public commenter was talking there, section here, Article 6, subsection E, the mayor may by and with the consent of the majority of the city council remove any commissioner of the commission for misconduct or neglect of duty. I think really what it's saying here is the city council makes a decision to remove any commissioner for misconduct or neglect of duty. The mayor cannot unilaterally do that. I don't think that's what this reads as. And so maybe either just clarifying its wording to where it's like either the city council wants to deputize the mayor to make to make a decision on removals, or if that's not the case, then just reword it to say the majority of the city council may remove any commissioner for misconduct or neglect of duty. So just I think some touch-ups here to language. Any other council members want to comment on any of their additions? Or not hearing anything from Councilor Toms there. Did you need any formal motions or direction, or did you kind of have the gist of what we're looking for updates?
I would rather not do a recommendation for approval at this time. I think there's substantial changes that you all deserve to see a little bit more. So I'd rather take this back based off of your information that you've all contributed and bring it back.
Thanks. I think more the question is, did you need a formal motion, or did you, is this enough feedback to bring back to the table?
I'll move to continue this item to the next meeting.
Yeah, I was going to think.
Is that okay?
That would be great.
And then we'll also have the ordinance as well on the same
I'll second.
agenda.
Great. All right, motion and second. Any comments? None. Deputy City Clerk?
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Aye.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other motions from council? Well, thank you so much for your presentation, your work on this, and really looking forward to seeing this come back with more updates. Thank you. All right, that concludes our first new business item. We have a second item here, item 12B, which is approval of guidelines for a private sewer lateral program of fiscal year 25-26. And that is project SS2407. Yes, approval of updating the 5-year capital improvement plan. So we have Director Elguindi here to take us through the presentation.
I will try this one more time. Honorable Mayor and council members, good evening. My presentation tonight will cover the proposed guidelines for the private sewer lateral program. This program is under project number 2407, contained in the council-approved capital improvement plan. Next slide, please. To come up with the proposed guidelines, the Public Works team members conducted significant amount of research. We've communicated with over 10 agencies. A few of them are within Contra Costa County. They have variable programs, whether it's grant programs or loans. So we've considered a number of factors in, again, identifying what would suit and be customized for the Pinole community. We've taken into account the staff resources, whether it would be appropriate for a grant versus a loan program, and the staffing requirements to support either one. We've also considered the need within Pinole. We have an outstanding list of properties, and we've considered the approval process, what would qualify for such a program in terms of type of improvement, whether it's clean out versus repair versus replacement, and the type of properties as well, commercial, industrial, residential, and the level of density of the residential land use types. With that, we identified that the program would only apply for single-family homes and properties that has up to 4 units with a single property owner. So the program would not apply for higher density residential or for commercial type land uses. The property owner would be responsible for submitting an inspection video, which is the case currently. And the city would not be responsible for reimbursing the cost of the video inspection, which runs approximately between $300 and $600. But this will help us assess the type of repair or replacement needed, if any. And I should mention that the program would apply citywide. So it would not be just part of the new applications for a building permit as it is now, because we already have a list of 796 homes, or I should say residential properties that have been sold between 2013 and 2024 that haven't met the requirements, not necessarily deficient, but they haven't met the requirement of submitting the video inspection for us to be able to assess them. And in case of identifying deficiency, the property owner would be responsible for seeking and submitting codes from 3 professional, I should, not necessarily licensed contractor, because it could be a repair that can be done by a licensed plumber, so licensed professionals. Next slide, please. The staff is committed to reviewing all submitted applications once complete within 10 business days and providing a response. And the type of repair or replacements to qualify for reimbursement from this community assistance program will have to be carried out within 6 months of the determination. There is a number of set limits for the amount of reimbursement or rebates that the city could pay to the property owners. One of them is 50% of the lowest quote. The property owner is free to select any of the 3 quotes, or if they wish to have even more quotes. But in our case, for the city, we would only allow for up to 50% of the lowest quote. Next slide, please. There are other limits, as I mentioned, for private sewer lateral that are longer than 100 feet or deeper than 10 feet, which would tend to have a higher cost for repair or replacements. The limit would be $4,500 in terms of rebate. For all other replacements, the limit would be $3,000, which is close to, on an average, the cost for replacement varies between $7,000 and $9,000. So this is still close to the 50% limit. For repairs, the limit would be $1,000. And I should mention that clean out would not be applicable. And they tend to have a lower cost. The applications would be processed on a first come, first served basis until we exhaust the funding available for the year. And the City Council approved this project for $150,000 for fiscal year 25-26. And we can still meet, if the guidelines are approved, we can still meet the demands within this fiscal year before the end of June. Any additional applications that cannot be served during the fiscal year would take a priority during the following fiscal year. Or the funding source is Sewer Enterprise Fund. So if we do not exhaust the full amount during the fiscal year, the amount remaining would roll over for the following fiscal year. Upon completion of the work, city staff will perform the necessary inspection and provide a certificate of completion. Once the project is accepted, next slide, please. Property owner could request the reimbursement, and there is a set of requirements under that as well, like providing the permit number, providing the address, and a detailed invoice, as well as proof of full payment to the contractor. The city would be responsible for processing the request and issuing the reimbursement check within a 30-day period. And the payment would be issued to the property owner, not the contractor or any other agent of the property owner. Any property owner would be allowed to participate in the program only once, given the level of demand citywide. And if it happens that he or she sells the property within a year of the city accepting the work, then they would have to pay back the city, the rebate amount that was issued. Next slide, please. With these proposed guidelines, I welcome comments, questions. With the staff recommendations tonight to approve the guidelines to process for this fiscal year 25-26. And also, given the outstanding list that we have, that we would like to start tackling, where staff is also recommending to extend the program for the rest of the 5-year period of the CIP, with the same annual amount of $150,000 per year and same funding source, which is the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Depending on the type of work, whether it's repair or replacement and the type of replacement, we're expecting we could possibly help 40 to 50 applications per year, given the amount of funding available. With this, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions from council? Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for the presentation. So the requirement to have an acceptable compliant sewer lateral there's a 10-year period that comes to my mind. I recall having received a letter probably in early 2024 to meet that requirement. Can you please review that for us, that 10-year period? Somehow, for some reason, I think every 10 years, this has to be done. This meaning that there has to be some evidence that the sewer lateral is functional and is meeting the requirements that the city has. So that's one question that I have, and then I have others.
Currently, we're actually so much behind. I am familiar with the requirement that you're referring to. Currently, we would start with the property addresses that we already have on the record that are more than 10 years, and they haven't met the minimum requirement of performing the inspection. I didn't look into changing the 10 years of reassessing. At this point, there is no need to change that requirement unless you would like us to pursue it.
No, because I know there's such a backlog, and I know that there are so many properties that need to be in compliance. So that 10-year, I would say, is something to work with as a parameter at this point. But I bring it up because for a couple of reasons. One, as a review, but the other, if it had any bearing on who would be, if it's a first come, first serve kind of program, and how you would determine, rather than someone being aware of this program and submitting an application, how you would determine would be the best use of these funds. You mentioned one thing, the older properties, or the properties that have not had any inspection whatsoever in more than 10 years even. But there's also a consideration of the cost of the service, which if this is going to be for only single-family homes with sites of a total of up to 4 residential dwelling units, it doesn't necessarily cover the cost burden of residents elsewhere who may be in developments with more. So if you can help us understand the rationale for that, I understand it's a cost matter. However, in response to residents who have expressed and who have complied and who have expressed nonetheless that it was a cost burden, why would the city not be providing that, not in retrospect, but in the future?
Yes, and I should note first that these guidelines are proposed, and we're open to any and all changes that you would like us to consider. The reason the properties were selected to be only single-family homes or up to 4 dwelling units on the property with one sole owner is based on the listing that we have. I mentioned the 796 properties. And so it was based on a review of this list. And when we start with the evaluation, we will promote the guidelines community-wide. However, in communicating with the properties documented on our list, we will start with the earlier ones. And I should also mention it's the associated cost. If it's we don't have a significant number of apartment buildings within the city of Pinole. But in such cases, or in the case of commercial properties or industrial type properties, the cost of sewer lateral replacement tend to be higher. And also, we thought about the community's need and who would need it the most. A commercial property that may have more resources than a single-family home owner. And there is a significant percentage of elderly community members within Pinole. So given the amount of funding available this year, and we're proposing continuation of it in future years, at least until the end of the 5-year CIP period, we just had to prioritize. We had to pick who would need it the most.
Right. I understand that. I wanted to have, for any member of the public who might have a question as to why their residence as a single family, well, probably doesn't meet the definition. What I'm thinking of are the developments that might have more than 4, but they are they're townhomes, or on a property that's managed by a property manager, and for where there is a common sewer lateral and then the private part of it. So as an example of where residents have now complied, they won't be eligible for this program because it didn't exist last year. But I don't know if there are other kinds of properties that way, where there are developments and there is a shared common sewer lateral and then the private one, for which the definition of single-family home still applies. I'm not sure, right now I'm just thinking, maybe that definition doesn't apply to them.
No, not necessarily. The larger the residential development, it's likely that they would have more than one connection. Like the APN Village, and I know this is the largest residential development that we have ongoing, but they have multiple connections, and it wouldn't be applicable.
It would not?
No.
Okay, thank you. And again, because of limited funding.
And also the resources that are likely to be available for such development, scale relative to single-family homes that we already have documented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Councilmember Murphy? No?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Director Elquindi. I'm elated to see this come in front of us because it's something we've been talking about as a council for a minute, and I know that, as you mentioned, there's both a need and also a mandate from our city to make this possible. So I just want to say thank you. I think your team has been very thoughtful and obviously very strategic in crafting this type of program. So I will say that I am fully in support. And then, of course, my questions are just clarity questions and maybe can also be presented during the round 2 of this once we kind of see. One of the things I noticed about your presentation was you spoke about, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Well, I guess the first question I had was when I originally envisioned this program, I thought it might be a greater cost recovery program. So we would perhaps do 1% loans or something that basically would restore that $150,000 every year. It wouldn't be exactly that because some people don't always pay their loans, but generally the idea would be to kind of restore the amount of money that we put into the program. You and your team put together a program that seems more like a community assistance program, which again is not bad, but I kind of wanted to understand more about that perhaps shift, if that, maybe it wasn't a shift to you, but in my head it was kind of a shift. Is there a reason why we are doing a rebate program as opposed to, for example, again, a revolving loan program for residents?
Again, we're open for any proposals. The proposed guidelines don't necessarily have to be approved today. We can come back with other thoughts. With that being said, we did consider whether it would be a loan versus a grant program. And the reason I lean towards a grant, like for example, the city of Richmond, they charge currently, I think, 5.16% interest rate. But they also provide a very significant, they provide 15 years for repayment. But even repayment within 1 year, 2 years, for the amount of funding that we would be offering our community members, given the staff time that would be spent in trying to get this funding back, we may actually end up paying more than what we would be seeking in terms of payment back. Because of the small limits that we're offering, the thought is to offer it as a community assistance rather than a loan program.
Okay, that helps me and completely understand. Just wanted to know a little bit more about why that shift happened. To the same extent, I did notice that you mentioned, I don't know what slide this is, it says proposed program guidelines, but it says that upon completion of the approved work and following, I'm sorry, actually, give me one moment. Okay, so it says a property owner is only allowed to participate in the program once, I get that, and is required to pay back the city rebate if she or he sells the property within 1 year of approval. Acceptance of the work. Can you help me? That sounds like it sounds like an enforcement of some sort, so I'm trying to figure out why that enforcement would be the case.
Actually, this type of criteria is practiced by other agencies. Okay. It's not unique. But the reason it's being proposed as part of our City of Pinole guidelines is because if the intention of the property owner is to replace the sewer laterals just so that they can sell the property, then that's not necessarily the intention of assisting the community members.
Okay.
Because this is supposed to be done as part of the sale process anyway. It triggers the requirements. So we would rather support other community members that are not meeting the requirements but haven't been able to do it.
Gotcha.
Is this clear?
I think I'm learning. I mean, it is very clear. Yeah, it's more so, I guess I'm, in my head, and I think this is an important conversation as we develop the program, probably not this late, but in my head, I think of, as you said, the sewer lateral replacement supporting really our city's operations, specifically in wastewater. And whether or not that resident is still here or not, it being done seems to me more important than who does it. It just needs to get done. So those 700 households that you mentioned, those people, they need to get it done. How they get it done, I mean, hopefully they don't rob a bank, right? But we want those things done. And so I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, I mean, I guess, like, why would we, and again, it may not be even a big deal, but why would someone have to pay back the rebate if they got it done? Because that means that they would, as long as they fill out and you all ensure that they have gotten it done the way you'd like, I'm wondering why them moving could be a problem. But I guess I just maybe don't understand.
And no, I understand your point.
Yeah.
And it's a good point. This could be a change if you would like it to be considered. But the thought behind it was to assist our community members who have been on the list for many years. Mm-hmm. When a property is sold, that requirement is triggered regardless.
Right.
So on top of that, who else can we help? Like from the backlog, in addition to what we can achieve as part of property sales.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so basically opening up that funnel, opening up that universe to what's possible with assistance.
Yes.
And that completely makes sense. You know, I'm incredibly supportive of the program. I'm excited to see it happen and kind of see our findings at the end of the year. So I think your team has done a very intentional and strategic job, as I mentioned. I'm not really ready to make any adjustments to what you proposed today, but I would love to see, of course, next year, what are our findings and lessons learned to see what could become. But thank you. This is great. I'm really excited to see it happen. I'm sure I'm not the only council member excited. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Toms, any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for that report and all of your work on this. The 700 or so properties that are not in compliance, how do we know which properties those are if the tests are done and the work is done at a sale? Or are these inspections that were done as part of the sale and then the improvements never completed?
The inspection hasn't necessarily been done. The list that we have actually has all the property addresses when it was triggered and started to become documented on that list. Some have identified already the deficiency, but they haven't done the repair or replacement. Others haven't done the video inspection. So there are different reasons for why a specific property is listed. And these are all residential properties, as I mentioned, that have been sold between 2012 and 2013 and 2024.
So if there was a sale between that time and a deficiency was determined, I'm just wondering how is it that the sale was able to go through without the work being done? Do we collect a bond or collect something that guarantees that they're going to do the work? Or is that just something that's really hard to enforce?
We do not collect a bond. It is hard to enforce, and our staffing are very limited. Even now, because we don't want to impact the approval process of building permits being issued, we provide documentation that they have to meet these requirements. However, the building permit is still issued, and we just keep track of who proceed in meeting the requirements and who doesn't. But there isn't a mechanism in place to enforce it, or yes, there isn't a mechanism to enforce it.
That might be something we want to look at as well, not in this context, but in addition to the loan program. And then a question: if there's like in my neighborhood, there's people that have lived here for 30 or more years, and they've never had, they've been the primary, they've been the only owners for the last 30 years and have not had an inspection. Are they on the list since they haven't had an inspection at all?
If their properties have been sold during this period and didn't meet the requirements, then they are on the list.
Okay.
This list does not cover all properties within the city that have deficiency. That's not, I'm sure our community has a lot more, given that it's a well-established community with old homes. But this list does not cover all properties that could potentially be deficient.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that report.
Thank you, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. So we said 700 properties, and that's since we've been tracking it, right? Or did you go back and look at like the total?
The reason we have it from 2013 up to 2024 is because that requirement was first set in 2012.
I see.
So this is when we started to track it.
Okay. And then I see. I mean, I think this is great, just because if cost was something that was keeping somebody or a barrier for somebody, that we would be removing that barrier, or at least alleviating some of the stress along with that. So I think that this is fantastic. I this number might have been already said, but how many applicants do we have currently in the queue that have approached the city and said, "Hey, we want to do this"?
Only a few.
Okay.
That's why the program will need to be promoted.
I see.
And we will need to start, all property owners on the list have been communicated with in the past. It's just that we haven't received a response, whether in action or an actual response. So we will start communicating again with them with the new guidelines, what's expected, and how we can help them, and start to become more active.
I see.
In pursuing the assistance, starting with the ones older on the list.
Got it. And is there a scoring mechanism that you would use to help kind of stratify which ones are more like, obviously age would be a factor. I don't know if a fixed income would be, a part of that scoring mechanism, but I think there should be some type of clear scoring mechanism so people know where they are in that list.
That's a good point. Actually, other agencies have a set requirements. For example, that it has to be at least 25-year-old for it to be able to participate into the program. Others have others set requirements like they would be part of the CARE program, the PG&E. So it's based on the income level.
Okay.
In our case, given the average income level within the city of Pinole, and we have a very small area that's designated as a disadvantaged community, the rest isn't. We thought it may limit us in helping our community members. That's why it's not there.
So maybe, I mean, for me, I think this is great. Let's move forward. At least for me, I feel like we're going to find more information out as we get to mid-year and as we get to the end of the fiscal year to see where the program is landing and what we can possibly do to enhance it. But I think that outreach is going to be that first step to try to figure out, is there an appetite for people to take advantage of this program? And if not, why, right? And then try to enhance it as we move forward. But thank you for all your work on this. I know it's been a long time coming. We've been talking about this for quite some time, and to see something in front of us now is really an achievement. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The team did a great job on it, so thank you.
Great. Deputy City Clerk, public comments.
Yes, Raphael Menace.
Good evening again. So, Councilmember Thoms noted that this grant was basically limited to the subset of property owners that had bought or sold single-family homes in up to 1 to 4 units within a 10-year time period, basically. I was wondering whether the city was also considering including people who have had the need for a sewer lateral repair flagged by the PEERS program, because I know that in some cases, because of the PEERS program requirement that, you do a sewer lateral inspection in order to be able to claim that particular rebate, even though it doesn't require actually repairing the sewer lateral, it still requires, being on the list that, hey, there's a problem that needs to get dealt with at some point. Would it be possible for the grant to include that category as well, or is it just limited to only property transfers triggering that particular qualifier. And secondly, I noted that it said a property owner can only claim that once over the lifetime of the program, basically. So if somebody owns a property that's split into two separate parcels and they both need to have sewer lateral repairs done because they have two separate sewer lateral lines and they both have issues with them, would that property owner be able to apply for the grant for each of the parcels separately or for only one of the parcels? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy City Clerk, any other public comments? There's none.
No public comments.
Thanks, Director. You want to go ahead and respond if you have anything further?
Thank you. With regards to the first question, as I mentioned, the program will be promoted community-wide, city-wide. It would not be restricted only for the list. The list only assisted us in assessing the level of demand, but it's not going to be the property listed are not the only ones throughout the city that would qualify for the program. It's citywide. With regards to the second question, and I'm sorry, it's getting dark in my head. The second, oh, yes. This is actually also one of the reasons of saying one property owner and setting a limit of up to 4 units. For 2 units, they're not necessarily going to have 2 connections, especially if it was one that was split into 2. But as it is now set, it's 1 per property address, or I should say property with a single property owner. If it needs to be permitted, like a property that has 4 units, it would be permitted for 4. We can consider also making this change. The only concern is, in a way, we would be providing significantly more for this particular property relative to others. And given the limited funding that's available, would we want to put $18,000 into one property or help 4 different properties?
All right. Well, thank you for your response to those 2 questions there. I want to go back to the council for any comments or motions.
Well, that was a rhetorical question, but I'm going to answer. It would be the second, the latter part of that. More people to help. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
I just want to say again, thank you so much for moving this forward. I appreciate the intentionality and the strategy you put behind it. I mean, especially the data that you have that is suggesting the demand. I mean, it's commendable, and I just want to say thank you. It's really exciting. I can't wait to see how it goes. Really, thank you.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I was just going to motion to move forward with the recommendations from staff for the sewer lateral program.
I'll second.
That include question on that. That includes adopting the resolution.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and adopting the resolution for the program.
All right. Thank you. There's a motion and second. Any comments on that? Questions? Checking Councilmember Tom's first. None there.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're asking for a vote?
No, I'm asking if you have any comments or questions on the motion. That's all.
If I may clarify, I'm sorry for interrupting. The resolution has 2 recommendations. One, to approve the guidelines, and the second one, to update the CIP so that we can continue with the program for 4 additional years.
And Director, both of those recommendations are in the resolution to
Yes.
be adopted. So I guess the motion is just to adopt resolution.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Motion and second, and Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taves.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all your work on this. We appreciate it. And we're going to move on to our last new business item here. That is item 12C, an overview of procedural requirements for authorization and implementation of a commercial cannabis business program. And we have City Attorney Casher and Director Guillory who will be presenting on this item.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Council. Eric Casher, City Attorney here in Pinole. I think we have some slides that will be added up shortly. I'll be providing an overview of the requirements to implement a commercial cannabis program here in the City of Pinole. The City Council received recently a presentation on a few different options for revenue generation within the city, one of which was the potential to implement and adopt a commercial cannabis program. So I'll be walking the City Council through the procedure for adopting that type of a program, provide an overview of what some other cities in the county are doing around this. We'll talk a little bit about the fiscal impact of a program and then seek some direction from the council. So next slide. So there are, if the council, the first question really is, one, do we want to move forward with the commercial cannabis program? If the answer to that question is yes, then there are two ways to do that. One would be for the City Council to prepare a resolution and adopt a program through an ordinance. And the other option would be for the City Council to essentially take the question to the voters and allow the voters to decide on whether or not to adopt a commercial cannabis program. And there's some details that, there's some questions that can be asked of the voters to inform the tax essentially that would be imposed on commercial cannabis in the City of Pinole. So those are the two questions. One, do we want to move forward? And then if so, ordinance or an election. Next slide. Okay, so just a little bit of background. So in the state of California, as you all know, cannabis consumption is legal under state law, and the state law also allows for local governments to regulate commercial cannabis. The city of Pinole, I think back in 2017, adopted an ordinance that prohibits commercial cannabis and the cultivation of marijuana in the city of Pinole. So that is currently on our books. We would obviously need to change and amend that ordinance if we were to move forward with this. Approximately 47% of California cities and counties allow for at least some type of commercial cannabis business. And here in Contra Costa County, there are 8 cities and 1 town that allow at least one category of cannabis business, and there are 9 cities and 1 town that prohibit commercial cannabis activity altogether. Next slide. As mentioned, the city can authorize commercial cannabis by one of 2 ways, one through an ordinance, the other through a ballot measure, and I'm going to talk us through some of the pros and cons of either of those 2 different approaches. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk about the procedural requirements for an ordinance. We're all very familiar with ordinances. They get approved by the city council. An ordinance is a legislative action of the council. It gets approved at 2 public hearings, or 2 readings essentially in public hearings. The ordinance goes into effect 30 days after it's formally adopted. Then ordinance can be amended repealed by future council action. So that's one of the benefits of an ordinance. It's a little more flexible. I'll talk a little bit later about a ballot measure that requires a change to that. Obviously requires an action of the voters. So there's more flexibility with an ordinance. There's also a benefit to the timing. So it takes about 4 to 6 months to bring an ordinance forward, just depending on the city council's availability in the schedule. But there would still be the need for, and we would obviously include public workshops, stakeholder meetings. There's a lot of decisions that would need to be made about the program, so there'll be a lot of community engagement involved in that. There's also the need for planning commission approval, because there'll be the need to amend the zoning code to identify which zones that we would permit commercial cannabis to operate within. So that would also be a part of the approval process and another level of public hearing if we moved forward with an ordinance. Next slide. Okay, and a ballot measure. So if the council decides to move forward with a ballot measure, there would be a question that would be presented to the voters. The voters, the cannabis business tax or authorization measure would be adopted essentially through a resolution, kind of very similar to Measure I, where the council kind of decided to move forward and passed a resolution to place that measure on the ballot. So it would take the form of a ballot measure. If the ballot measure passed, there would still be the need for the council to bring back what's called an implementing ordinance. So the ballot measure would really ask the question, if the city wants to allow for commercial cannabis, it would have a question dealing with, do we want to impose impose a specific tax on commercial cannabis. And then we would still have to bring back an ordinance to provide the framework for the actual program. Similarly, we would have a public outreach effort, but there would be some additional cost associated with preparing the ballot measure language. We would obviously, it would be an election, so we'd be joining an election cycle. Next slide. Okay, so just comparing the two a little bit. So local control. An ordinance obviously allows the city council to have oversight of future amendments and operational issues. It's a little more flexible in that regard. A ballot measure, obviously, you would have to go back to the voters to make a change to the framework that you adopt through the measure. With regard to speed and flexibility, again, an ordinance is a little bit more, it's a faster process. You could essentially prepare the ordinance and have that adopted by the city council in a much faster time frame. And then changes, obviously, it'd be a little bit easier and more flexible as well. The ballot measure, obviously, you would have to schedule that and align that with a future election, and that just takes a little more time. With regard to regulatory consistency, ballot measures tend to be a little bit more stable just because they are more difficult to change. But in some ways they could become outdated because, again, it's harder to go back to the voters every time you need to change to the program. Regarding public engagement, ballot measures allow for a broad participation of voters. It's, everyone who turns out gets to weigh in on that. Ordinances are approved at city council meetings and through public hearings. And so there's a thought that ordinances rely on representative democracy and members of the council making decisions on behalf of the public with participation at public meetings. Next slide. Cost comparison. So adopting a cannabis ordinance involves obviously staff time and then the cost for public hearings. And that's for the most part really what it involves. Ballot measures, as mentioned, there's some additional time for preparation of the ballot materials, the printing of the ballots, the election administration, and then following the ballot measure approval. And there's costs obviously associated with putting a measure on for an election. So it's more cost efficient to do an ordinance. Next slide. Okay, so what are our neighbors doing? This is just an overview of some of the cities in Contra Costa County, and let's go to the next slide because I think it lays it out a little more clearly in the next slide. So here are the three categories of cities in the county here. So fully allow commercial cannabis activities. You have Contra Costa County, Antioch, Concord, Martinez, Pittsburgh, and Richmond all allow fully allow commercial cannabis activity. Where Danville, Pleasant Hill, El Cerrito, and Walnut Creek allow some commercial cannabis activity. In Danville and Pleasant Hill, for example, retail delivery for medical purposes, it's kind of limited for those purposes. El Cerrito and Walnut Creek just allow for retail. And then Brentwood, Clayton, Hercules, Lafayette, Moraga, Oakley, Orinda, Pinole, San Pablo, and San Ramon prohibit all forms of commercial cannabis activity. Next slide. So this slide is really to show that for those cities that have chosen to implement commercial cannabis, Antioch, Concord, Martinez, Pittsburgh, Richmond, San Pablo, Walnut Creek, they all adopted the ordinance format, so they chose to go forward with an ordinance. Contra Costa County, Pittsburgh, Richmond, and San Pablo also had a ballot measure, an accompanying ballot. So they put it to the voters. They got approval through a ballot measure, and then they brought an ordinance as well. But the cities listed in the first column, they just did an ordinance. So again, Antioch, Concord, Martinez, Pittsburgh, Richmond, San Pablo, and Walnut Creek. Next slide. Okay, this is the one that you guys probably care about the most. What is the economic impact of a commercial cannabis measure? So I wanted to clarify the first bullet point. Cities adopting a commercial cannabis program by ordinance, they would receive, it's actually 2.5% of the local share of the sales tax. So that's 2.5%. And so it's basically what the sales tax that would apply to any sale of good in the city. That's for the most part. If you went the route of a ballot measure, you can actually ask the voters if they would want to place a higher tax on the sale of commercial cannabis. So you can go as high as 10% on the sale of cannabis. That's obviously going to impact the willingness of a business to operate in the city. If they know that they're going to be taxed higher, they might be less likely to want to open in the city of Pinole versus another city that may not have that same tax treatment for their sales. So that's just something to consider. Implementing a cannabis program by ordinance will require staff time, public outreach, and so there's that cost associated with it. If the city chooses to place a business tax before voters, there, again, I mentioned the additional costs associated with that. And then the last bullet point, so this is based on an estimate of what 2 dispensaries in the city of Pinole would generate in the form of annual tax revenue to the city. So it's approximately $200,000 to $300,000. It's a rough estimate. It's based on the tax revenue that's generated by similarly situated cities that have 2 dispensaries. It's just a rough estimate. To get a real specific number, we'd probably need to do a market analysis and gather some more data, but this is a rough estimate for us to be able to inform this decision here. Next slide. Okay, so the recommendation from staff is for the council, obviously, to consider this information, and if the council decides to move forward with a commercial cannabis program, we'd like some direction on whether or not the council would be interested in pursuing an ordinance form or a ballot measure. In the staff report, there's I think it's on page, it's page 124 of the agenda packet. We kind of lay out what the process would look like moving forward. So this is, again, a very high-level overview of just the process for adopting this. If the council provides direction for us to move forward with a commercial cannabis program, the next step would really be to convene another meeting of the council to kind of workshop a framework and a process for moving all of this forward. We'd seek some direction from the council on some questions like how many dispensaries, talking about some of the zones within the city, and start getting into more of the details of what that program might look like. At this point, we're just trying to get direction from the council on whether or not this is something that they would like to pursue. Is this the type of revenue stream that the city would like to explore further? And then we could move forward with additional details at another council meeting. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the council.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. Questions from council? Yes, Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Okay, so the goal here is to have yet another means of generating revenue. So my questions are going to be about that, because the figure that's presented here is a rough estimate, and we don't know, or at least from my reading of this, it's not clear to me what kind of, what else in a dispensary is being done to generate X amount of dollars. I don't know whether, is that 200 to 300 in annual revenue to the city, or is that the amount that a dispensary on an average would be yielding?
So I think Director Guillory is on as well. It's my understanding that it's $200,000 to $300,000 in projected tax revenue to the city.
That's correct.
So that tells me that there have to be X number of sales. And that makes me wonder, indeed, is there a market? And makes me think, as a business person, I want to maximize my business. I want to maximize a profit if I'm going to be taxed. And so it also makes me wonder where that market is coming from. Is there really a demand for this in Pinole only? Or where is that market demand coming from? And that means to me as well that we would have possibly concerns about security and safety. And given, and correct me here, that dispensaries in this example generally have cash on hand available because they can't use cannot use banks. I don't know all the different means of storing the cash received legally, and so that's something that I would be concerned about, and I think residents will be concerned about as well. The other is where these would be located, which I think then leads to the discussion that would have to be had, right, in a workshop, and then eventually by the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So as mentioned, currently commercial cannabis is not permitted in the city at all. So we would both have to remove that existing prohibition and then identify zones within the city where it would be permitted to allow that type of use of a property. So yeah, we'd have conversations citywide about is it a commercial district or maybe it's an industrial area of the city. And so that's something that the community would obviously participate in, and there would need to be some decisions made about where the city council and then the community more broadly would feel it's appropriate to have that type of a use of property.
Right. And although I have been part of the statewide Cal Cities policy committee on revenue and taxation, there have been discussions about cannabis programs in that committee in the past. And so related is the market and the market share among local dispensaries, how that has been since legalization. So I'd be interested in seeing an analysis that would include for the cities that have had a program. Although what I'm going to say next is it makes it difficult. We don't know what kind of program we would want to. Well, let's just have, as an example, for cities that have had a program where dispensaries are, what have been the issues that have come about? What have been, we're talking here about possible means of generating revenue, but what you've presented is the cost of procedure. It's not the cost that I think of once a certain type of business is in place. And again, possible resources that might be needed, both administratively here in City Hall as well as possibly even police force. So that's the kind of cost that I'd like to see. And if there would be an analysis to be had or done, that would be part of it that I would want to see as presented.
Absolutely. Just to address the issue of safety, it's absolutely a concern. And so typically for these types of programs, there are permits issued to operators, and the conditions of approval of that permit come with things like, what is your security plan? Do you plan on having full-time security on site? We can place requirements on the type of security that we would like for all these operators to have, and those are all the conditions that are placed on the permits that are issued, and we would be developing the permit process as a city. So to account for that, it's not to, we probably couldn't control for all of those issues, but it's to help mitigate any negative impacts to public safety and the like. But you're right, and then to the issue of commercial cannabis is still I think a controlled substance under federal law, so that does present some challenges for kind of banking purposes. There are obviously many cities that have those types of operations, and so there are ways to do that, but it's a valid concern and something we'd need to address as well.
And here as well, the presentation is not necessarily defining what kind of use, medical versus recreational. Right? Because there are different types of permitting associated with that. So my eyes are kind of trying to remain open as late as it is, but at the same time, more questions that I think would require further research and information education to the public. And so I see that the greater opportunity for that kind of education information for us as well to understand the nuances related to the type of business that this would be, what kinds of operations a business would carry on, given the cycle of production to actually have a product to sell and or deliver, whether there would be retail sales only or sales and delivery. That all needs to be discussed, yes? Okay. So what I see happening is then that would require the opportunity for all that kind of discussion amongst us here, as well as in response to public questions, would be in the form of the workshops, which may or may not be greater in number or time spent, whether it's an ordinance or a ballot measure, right? We could request more as needed. Or would you say that the opportunity is greater going the ordinance route? Because we know that process in developing an ordinance, minimally we wouldn't have 2 hearings, but not necessarily 2 workshops. I'm sorry, there's not a question there. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here of what needs to happen in order for any of this to really be palatable. No pun intended there.
That's fair. Yeah. So it would definitely be some study sessions and workshops for the council. This is very high level at this point. We didn't want to spend a lot of staff time getting all into the weeds of this. Another pun intended, but we didn't want to get into all the details here because we didn't want to spend the resources if we weren't going to move forward with it. So if it's the direction to move forward, we'll absolutely bring back more information for all of these questions. I think the ordinance route is what most cities have chosen to do. It's the more cost-effective route, and you could have as much community engagement as you want. The ballot measure, you're kind of tied to the election schedule, so now you're on a bit of a you're just bound by that, and you have to get everything in. We could have a much longer process if we want to engage the community with an ordinance, so it's a little more flexible in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, any questions?
Yep, I just have a few. The first question is, I'm confused a little bit about the El Cerrito San Pablo. So San Pablo just passed an you said San Pablo passed an ordinance, but they also recently passed a tax measure that I believe was supported, like 70% of voters supported it for an additional tax to their ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's my understanding. So you can have, so for example, the city can adopt an ordinance, allow 2 dispensaries to operate and just generate the regular sales tax revenue. And if the city decided, hey, we feel like there's enough public support to do a ballot measure to impose a higher tax on those 2 dispensaries that we operate, you could go back out to the voters and increase the sales tax on it in that way. So I think that's what San Pablo did, and some of the cities did both.
Thank you. And then the only question I have, so I'm supportive of the recommendation, or one of the recommendations, to prepare resolutions for the commercial cannabis program through ordinance. But one of the questions I do have is regarding the Contra Costa County framework for regulating cannabis that you provided in the staff report. I do know that when folks have this conversation, I think their first thought process is retail, right? Like, where am I getting cannabis directly from, and where are they essentially stationed? But there are other opportunities through economic development that we can engage in regulating cannabis, and one of them you listed out was kind of like the manufacturing and testing. So I'm wondering, I guess, to staff, I don't know who this goes to, but what is in 2019 we had a market analysis that kind of reviewed and inquired about the best type of businesses we wanted to bring into Pinole. One of them was the healthcare industry, and so I'm not sure if that report, because the way many folks see cannabis, especially in California, is through public health and healthcare. I'm not sure if that report is tied to cannabis, and when they say healthcare, I'm not sure what is determined as healthcare from that report. So I guess my question is, what type of market analysis would come next to identify the best placements or frameworks for cannabis in Pinole?
I think that's a good question. It's that would be probably a consultant-driven exercise. So we would identify a consultant that understands that market and can provide us with some data points as it relates to that. See where dispensaries exist within the county, closest in proximity to here. How are they doing? And get that information for us. So that would be part of the information that would come back to the council.
Okay, would that be encompassing of non-dispensaries though? Because one of the things I'm also thinking about again is the kind of all the frameworks, thinking about manufacturing, thinking about testing. I think you had a couple others in there too.
Yeah, so it's wide open.
Okay.
So I think the city can entertain any type of commercial cannabis operator. It doesn't have to just be a dispensary.
Okay, so staff will come back to us with some options there from what other cities have done, possibly? Yeah. Okay.
We could do that.
Okay. Great, that's all my question.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Toms for any questions.
Yes, thank you for the report. I had a question as far as if we go down the road of an ordinance for approving the retail use or whatever use for cannabis, are we then can we later go for a ballot measure for the tax only?
Yes, yeah. So we could adopt an implementing ordinance allow the program to operate for a few years, see how it does, and then go back out to the voters for a ballot measure to increase the tax that's imposed on those operators. Yeah.
Okay. But by that time, we will have some idea of, what the market is in Pinole. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Right.
Mayor,
Yeah.
one more related to that last question about returning for increased tax. That would be a tax on the business itself, not or would it be a tax on sales, or to be determined, to be decided?
It's typically on the sales. So there's the products that are sold within that business. It's a tax on the sale of the items that are being sold.
Okay, so a question I would have is that potentially then that could drive the providers away.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. If one city has a higher tax rate, so they're taking home less revenue as a result. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Right. First off, thanks for the presentation, City Attorney. Been looking forward to this. And I think first question, maybe for Director Guillory. The projection for $200,000 to $300,000 in annual revenue. Can you just sort of explain how you generated that approximation?
So that is a very rough estimate, just based on what some of our neighboring jurisdictions are realizing in annual revenue. So again, it's very rough. We would need to do more of a, fiscal impact analysis to get a better figure. And that could actually be on the lower end. But again, we were just looking at some of the revenue generated by some of the other neighboring agencies that have ordinances in place. And Kelsey may want to weigh in, or City Manager may want to weigh in on that as well.
Yes, as was mentioned, this is a rough estimate looking at some of the neighboring cities and looking at their past few years of ups and downs and looking at an average and bringing that forward.
Thanks for the clarification. In the neighboring jurisdictions where cannabis dispensaries are legal, at what sort of percentage rate have you seen revenue grow over time? From the first year where permits are awarded to maybe 5 years down the line?
So based on sort of our preliminary review, and we could always dive into this deeper if there's a desire from council for us to move forward, it seems to really be variable depending upon the year. So that's a challenging question to answer. We have been hearing mostly anecdotally, so that would also be something to come back with, that some of the revenue is decreasing as there are more dispensaries. It's possible that things are getting diluted. We're not quite sure. That would be something to have come back as a future analysis.
Thank you. Also very thankful for attachment A that shows across different counties, cities, towns, and Contra Costa. We talk about legalization. There's different types, right? There's retail, there's delivery, there's distribution, testing, manufacturing, cultivation. Do you have a sense of any neighboring cities in this county that legalize consumption sites as a part of the actual physical dispensary?
That's a good question. I have not looked into that, so I don't have that information. I know that I know that there was a state law recently that was attempting to allow for that. I don't think that passed, but I'm unfamiliar with what cities have those consumption sites.
Sure.
But that's definitely something that can be considered.
For sure.
Yeah.
On the cultivation side, can you just maybe brief us on what's currently in our municipal code around cultivation for marijuana?
Yes, I could pull it up here.
Is it fully prohibited, or do we allow for certain
Yeah, so we allow for the cultivation of, I want to say I think it's 8 or less, but it's consistent with state law. Basically, it's what's allowed for cultivation under state law. We don't allow for the sale of any kind of marijuana or commercial cannabis. So for I think the way that we when we decided on it, I think the idea was that the cultivation was more for personal consumption, and so for kind of medical marijuana purposes, that was the thinking around it, to allow for the that to be consistent with state law, but not for commercial sales.
Cultivation, as described here, is more of like commercial cultivation, right?
Right. Yeah. So these larger kind of operators would be, cultivating more than 8 plants. This would be a large kind of grow.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing these different boxes checked. Some, like the county, has all these boxes checked. If we were to move forward with a cannabis program, we would be considering multiple ordinances. Is that correct? Around these different issues here?
Yeah, so that's something that we could really discuss in a session. It may be the case that the community or the council really only wants a delivery center, or a manufacturing facility, rather than a storefront where there is products being sold. So that's something that we can discuss, and then we could obviously run the numbers and see what type of revenue would be generated by that type of an operator, and that can help inform the type of use that we want to allow.
Thank you. One question that I received from community members is, does our city currently get any revenue from deliveries made to the city of Pinole? Any marijuana deliveries to the city of Pinole?
No, we don't.
We don't. Okay.
We don't.
Gotcha. Other things here? No, I think this is great, and appreciate the work that you did to get the city council. At this point, turn it over to public comment. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments?
Yes, Sheila Gerst, George Flores, Rafael Menace, and Amy Eubanks. Sheila Gerst is no longer here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jorge Flores. I'm the Cannabis Prevention Program Manager with Contra Costa Health, and I'm speaking today on the importance of prioritizing public health protections as you consider cannabis retail programs and policies in the city of Pinole. While cannabis businesses can bring economic opportunities, it's equally important that there are community safeguards for the health and well-being of youth and children. Research has shown that increased retail availability and advertising can normalize cannabis use, especially among young people, and contribute to higher rates of use and related harms. I encourage the council to incorporate strong public health guardrails in any cannabis retail ordinance. This includes limiting the density and proximity of retailers near schools, parks, and youth-serving locations, restricting advertising and storefront visibility to prevent youth exposure, requiring ongoing education and prevention funding from cannabis tax revenue. By embedding these protections into the decision-making, the City of Pinole can create a balanced approach, one that supports local business interests while keeping public health and youth safety at the forefront. I also want to mention that with Contra Costa County, it only has 4 land use permits that allow cannabis storefront retailers. Contra Costa County also prohibits flavored cannabis vaping liquids from being sold, mirroring the county's tobacco ban that now has become state law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council staffers, public, Mr. Rafael Mess, a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments on this item. First off, I think it would probably be worthwhile if the council wants to move forward with this to do basically an economic analysis, because we have segments of the unincorporated county relatively near to the city of Pinole, El Sobrante, the unincorporated space to the south of Pinole directly. that could potentially, I don't know the details about which businesses are where, act as competition nexuses, as well as, of course, the city of Richmond. So the first question should probably be, if the city was going to permit any businesses at all, would there actually be a market niche that those businesses could exist in? Or would the city just be going to a bunch of trouble to create an ordinance to open up space that, in an ecosystem sense, wouldn't actually be occupied because it wouldn't be viable? Secondly, and I'd appreciate it if the city attorney would interrupt me here if I'm starting to move towards areas that potentially impinge on planning or zoning concerns, because I want to make sure to stay outside of that in my comments here to avoid prejudging potentially any future issues. There's the potential environmental impacts of certain kinds, like, for example, retail is maybe going to have a lesser impact than commercial cultivation, you know, water, electricity, waste disposal, that sort of thing, along with the public health impacts mentioned by the prior speaker and the security impacts for retail storefront in particular, I would expect would be the highest security risk compared to, say, delivery only or manufacturing and processing or testing. I don't think you're as likely to have, say, an armed gang break into a testing facility compared to, say, a retail storefront that might have a few $1,000s in cash on hand. So with regards to public safety, I expect that would be a concern that could probably be mitigated by considering the types of use that the city would permit to basically go for lower or higher risk ones, depending on the city's tolerance for risk. And then finally, with regards to ordinance versus tax, I think it would make logical sense to have an ordinance first, just to get a sense of, you know, are there any businesses that would even be willing to occupy the space? And then if the ordinance works out and there are businesses, then say, you know, we would also like to have a tax, but make that clear up front to the businesses too, that, you know, if this ordinance works out, we're going to be considering a tax in the future, so there's not a sort of bait and switch issue. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. The time is 10:57 p.m. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved till 11:15.
Second.
Motion and second, Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms? Councilmember Toms, you're on mute.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Amy Eubanks, followed by Peter Murray.
Hi, I kind of want to just say, Mr. Menez and Mr. Flores, I expressed the same concerns with them as far as the public health goes. I did want to just kind of go over, I saw an article in the Richmond Standard about San Pablo. They had them where the storefronts had to be 750 feet from elementary schools and 1,200 feet from high schools and 1,000 feet from other commercial cannabis businesses. That needs to be far extended if we even go down this route. I don't want to see any sort of cannabis dispensary, manufacture, cultivation anywhere near our schools. So as far as zoning goes, it needs to go way out there near county, something like that. Furthermore, I would just urge, council to really look at the conditions that would be placed on these permits in the sense of safety, which Martinez Rubin, you expressed that the safety concerns. I have, maybe it's required lighting in the area in which that business is operating, required video surveillance that we have access to at the moment of the crime, because, they go and rob a business in the evening and we can't even get video footage to find a suspect vehicle. Something has to be done to where we can easily be able to help this business owner when, and I don't say if, when they are robbed, because that is what we see time and time again in Sacramento and in Oakland, where dispensaries are robbed. Okay, they're robbed in daylight and in the evening time. So I would also encourage that part of the permitting is that they have security guards, whether it's armed security or not. That's very important. And Mayor Sasai, to answer your question as far as on-site cultivation, there's a dispensary in Ileton, that's Sacramento County. Delta Boys, they have on-site consumption. If you're looking for something like that as far as a model, you can go check that place out. It's one of the only that I know around here besides going to San Francisco. I would also urge you guys to not go down the route of manufacturing, as far as manufacturing concentrates or anything of that nature. It's a volatile substance. We've also seen those blow up, right? Even in licensed facilities. So I see the need for it. We're way behind the times, right? Putting a moratorium on it didn't do us any service because now we're behind the times and there's plenty of dispensaries that people like to go to already, right? So coming to a new one here might not be beneficial, but I see that there is revenue there and I'm all for our city getting money, right? That being said, I also put in for the grant, for the cannabis tax fund grant, and I'm specifically combating juveniles and adults driving under the influence of drugs. So like we are educating our staff members on how to look out for that and enforce that in this next year. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you for the comment. Clarification, you mentioned is it on-site cultivation or consumption. What is the city again or jurisdiction?
It's the city of Ileton out in the like Delta.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening once again. I was on the council when we turned this down. We took it to the community. The community did not support cannabis facilities, cannabis sales, cannabis manufacturing, nada. And one of the things I'd like to just point out, when you looked at the list of cities there, which group of cities did you want to be associated with in regards to this? It seems to me the people that cared about their communities. And that's what was on that board as far as I was concerned. As the story goes, if you're looking to generate money and that's your sole goal, or you're looking for a new woke kind of mentality here that this is good for our community, it's not. And you can just look around. It's a gateway drug. Sooner or later, there's transitioning for a lot of people. I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people. And we don't need to promote that here. And I don't want to see it. As was mentioned about the children, I was so happy that we had the representative sit here and mention that to you and tell you that that's a concern. And that's what it was all about. We don't see our community being one that's, I'm not going to say, well, maybe I will say, kind of Berkeley-esque. That we go around in this kind of fog all day long, call our kids potheads and deadheads and things like that. That's not us. People didn't move to this community to be associated with that. And I think that, and I would hope that you would extend that during your duration here on the council. And if not, it only takes a couple phone calls to get things started. I mean, this is a no-no as far as I'm concerned, and from what I recall from when this was an issue prior in the city. And then I want to say, if you consider okaying these pot houses, are you going to start on massage parlors too? I mean, is that the next step? Because these things kind of leapfrog like that. So your vision of the city may not be mine. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for the comment. We appreciate it.
Excuse me, I'm sad that we're even talking about it.
Thank you for the comment. Next public comment, please.
There are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring back the council for comments. You want to start?
Yeah, Mayor, I want to move to direct staff to prepare resolutions for the city council to authorize and implement a commercial cannabis program in the city. I do have a second motion, so I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. I had a question on the recommendation. I think you're following with this motion here. Mm-hmm. Preparing resolutions and ordinances for city council to authorize and implement a commercial cannabis business program in the city. So process-wise, city attorney, the resolutions and ordinances come back to council for consideration, or do we first go through a process of stakeholder engagement community engagement workshops before that comes back to council.
I do have a specific motion on those things too, but I'll let the city attorney.
Through the chair, absolutely. It's the latter. So there will be study sessions, workshops. The ordinance is once we've agreed on kind of the details, and we're not there yet. So there'll be a lot more work to be done, economic, kind of analysis and studies to be done. We're going to bring information back to the council. We just wanted to get direction on whether or not to even start that process in pursuing ordinance or ballot measure. That's going to help direct our approach.
Thank you. There's a motion. Do we have any second?
I'll second.
Go ahead, motion and second. Any comments? There are none. Deputy City Clerk, please go ahead.
Can you, the motion, please repeat the motion?
Yes, I will. Okay. I think the motion was to move to direct staff to prepare resolutions and ordinances for the city council to authorize and implement a commercial cannabis business program. It's the first, essentially the first staff recommendation on slide 13, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Any other questions on this motion?
Yes, so okay, so help me understand, City Attorney. I'm not sure if the motion is doing what direction you want it, whether prepare resolution for City Council to authorize, implement, okay, prepare resolutions, but for what? For an ordinance or a ballot or both, or?
Yeah, the question is ordinance or ballot measure. I think the motion is for an ordinance. It would be for an ordinance. And then we would, again, it wouldn't be bringing the ordinance back at the next meeting. It would be the process, getting the process started to move towards an ordinance.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Right. Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
No.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
That was no.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I think before we go on to your next motion, I just want to make a quick comment, if possible. Just want to thank all of the community members, advocates who came and waited until this last hour in this meeting to comment on this. I appreciate it. First off, wholeheartedly agree about limiting proximity between schools and dispensaries, cultivation, if that's going to happen. And we should definitely look to the county for guidance, any other jurisdictions that have the most strict regulations on proximity between schools and dispensaries. And then in terms of, I think we're going to get to the community engagement part of this. As we think about stakeholder engagement, want to make sure we tap in not just the community, but also public safety, labor groups as well in this county and this city for their input before we make any final decisions about this. So this is my quick comment, but I want to pass it over to you. If you have any more.
Thank you, Mayor, and I totally agree. I mean, I just want to reiterate, we are very behind as a city in this issue, and when I say behind, not just from our counterparts in neighboring cities, but across the state and really across the region of the western states as well as the nation. We've seen practice come around this, and so I think there's an opportunity here to again prioritize economic vitality while also prioritizing public health. I don't think we have to choose either one. So I hear the public commenters and I hear some of the concerns of council members. I do think that there's a way to do this, and we are not the only city to do it. We've seen the town of Downville, we've seen Pleasant Hill, we've seen numerous other cities do it. My next motion is to move to direct city staff to evaluate the feasibility of permitting commercial cannabis activities in the city of Pinole and return to the city council with findings and policy options. This evaluation should include but not be limited to the economic impact and revenue analysis that was discussed, land use and zoning assessment to identify zoning districts and potential sites where each cannabis business type may be compatible, the community engagement plan that does help and develop a community outreach and education plan that potentially could have stakeholder meetings and public information sessions. the public safety and regulatory cost evaluation that could identify fee structures to ensure full cost recovery for permitting and ongoing compliance, but also evaluates regulatory oversight needs and anticipated law enforcement or code enforcement impacts. And last but not least is number 5, which is, again, to provide the policy options through matrix or preliminary recommendation. And this would, again, provide a preliminary recommendation regarding which business types of the framework that was provided in the staff report may be most appropriate for initial consideration in our city. I know that was a lot, but I wanted to be very clear about how I see us moving forward. I appreciate all the comments, and of course, those who haven't been here today at 11 p.m. I've talked to a lot of residents about this, and I'm pretty confident this is the way to go given our history in our town.
Thank you. Question on the motion first. Does that also include an assessment of, or any recommendation on how many licenses should be given out in the city?
And the economic impact and revenue analysis, I think that would be, that should be a part of it, absolutely.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. Do we have any comments, questions on the motion?
Yeah, would all of that not have happened in the absence of a motion, given the discussion that we had?
Are you asking me?
No,
Who in staff do you want to direct the question to?
city attorney and city manager. Both.
Yeah, I mean, through the chair, I appreciate the direction. I think it makes it clear the expectations of the council, and it gives us a roadmap. I think a lot of this we would have brought back, but it's good to know what the priorities of the council are. That's what we're looking for, some direction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. With no other comments or questions, Deputy
Looks like
City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms has her hand.
You have a hand up. Councilor Toms, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to support this, and basically I didn't support the previous motion because I think we need to do more public outreach before we assign staff a really significant amount of work to do. I think we need to hear from the public, do some more public outreach before we ask staff to invest so much time in doing this. So that's why I'm a no.
Thanks for the clarification there, Councilmember. Deputy City Clerk, please call roll.
Okay, and Councilmember Toms.
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, any other motions?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any other motions or comments from the council on this? Seeing that there's none, that'll conclude this item. So again, thank you, City Attorney Casher and Director Guillory for the presentation, and we look forward to seeing this come back to council. All right, with that being said, we will move on to our last item, which is item 13, citizens to be heard. And this is for speakers who did not participate in our first public comment section. Do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments.
All right, thank you. And we will now reconvene the closed session for item 4E. We will adjourn in closed session in remembrance of Amber Swartz to the next regular city council meeting of November 18, 2025. Any reportable action in the closed session will be reported out at the next meeting. Have a good evening.